Hi, Michelle. Sorry about that. We are live now. I had a bit of technical difficulties. Everyone, we're going to be getting started shortly and dive right in. I'm going to get started with a few announcements. First, this morning I had to make the difficult decision of actually, I'm going to wait for a few folks to get in here first, as I think I have some folks joining as we talk. I'm going to let's run it back again and go over what we went over earlier. So today on Books and Bounty, we are going to continue to spotlight the ink and inspiration vendors, speakers, and special guests, including tonight award-winning poet Michele Evans, who you see on your screen now. We'll be talking with her shortly. Thank you so much for being here, Michele. Elizabeth Michaud, another poet out of Georgia, and as well as community and youth advocate Gab Sussman from Baltimore Transformative Education Learning Collective. Tonight they will be in succession. So Michele is up now at 6 o'clock. Then later during our normally scheduled streaming time at 10 Eastern Time, we'll be having a visit from Elizabeth and Gab. That is to say, and a reminder, if you are now watching on Instagram, YouTube, or other streaming platform, that our primary streaming platform is Twitch. It'll let you get rid of any nasty, pesty ads, as well as enjoy the engaging chat room experience with new special emotes for subscribers, as well as that you can engage the chat with other writing and reading streamers that are here today, and win guests and participate in the chat room as well. So like, follow, and subscribe on Twitch. And we're going to go ahead and get started. So hi, Michele. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. I'm great, Steph. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really honored to be able to talk with you this evening, and just delighted that you invited me.
I am delighted to have you here. It's so honored to continue being able to amplify your work and your art. So, as folks are joining, I just want to let you know that this morning, unfortunately, I had to make the difficult decision to postpone the inaugural Ink and Inspiration Book Fair on this weekend, Saturday, February 8th. The reason I did that, to be transparent, ticket sales were a little slower than expected, and I want to ensure that we're giving our value and have an engaging audience, not only for our panelists and speakers like Michele, but also like Michele, especially for our independent authors, local authors, creatives in bookish businesses, that they have as just an engaging and participating audience and attendees as well. So we're going to come back bigger and better. This is giving us a runway to continue to build momentum, to continue to build value behind the ticket and experience, as well as continue to build relationships such as with you, Michele. So
Mhm.
thank you for being understanding and your continued
Oh,
patience
sure.
and support.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So Michele is an educator and acclaimed Maryland poet, and she's here to discuss her debut collection, Pearl, published by Finishing Line Press. Reimagining Homer's Odyssey, Michelle's debut collection, Pearl, is inspired by the poetry of Phyllis Wheatley Peters and amplifies a chorus of the marginalized. Pearl Pubs soon on February 14th, so make sure you get over to awordsmithy.com or Finishing Line Press. Pre-order your copies. Michelle's website is right underneath her figure, her picture, her avatar there on the screen. And then you can also find her published in many local collections and works such as the volume and The Fire Inside Volume 3 from Zora's Den, as well as the Yellow Arrow Journal from Yellow Arrow Publishing. Stick around after Michelle's interview, and we'll also be reading through some of the selections from those anthologies. So, again, Michele, thank you. We're going to dive in here. And one of the
Okay.
first questions I ask all of my special guests here at Books and Bounty is, where did your passion for storytelling, and particularly your passion for poetry, begin?
When I was 5 or 6, and I learned how to hold a crayon, I have been writing ever since I could remember. I tell this story often to my students
Mm-hmm.
that when I was in first grade, I wrote a story, and I was so proud of myself that I took it to my first grade teacher, Mrs. Freund, and I showed her. I said, "Look, I wrote this story," and she took it down to the school librarian and
Mm-hmm.
gave it to the librarian, and they put it in circulation. They
Oh.
gave me a call number, they gave me a pocket, a library card, and it was on the shelf for all of my friends and peers and classmates to check out. And that moment, when I saw my book on the shelf, just it's it never left me. And so for as long as I can remember, I've always wanted to be a writer. It's the reason why I majored in English in college. It's the reason why I'm in my 23rd year of teaching high school English.
Wow.
I live and breathe reading and writing. It's always been with me. I don't ever remember a time not wanting to have a book in hand or a pen and a piece of paper.
Hearing your story reminds it's so many people who I've met and actually been featured here at Books and Bounty who have mentioned the importance of being seen at a young age,
Mhm.
and being supported, especially by early educators. An
Mhm.
artist, a cartoonist, and illustrator, Astronym, who was on the show during our graphic novel spotlight, mentioned a similar story where she had a preschool teacher, I think it was maybe even been kindergarten teacher, who saw her work, put it on the wall, and then she
Mhm.
came back years later because she had siblings that went to the same nursery school, and the picture was still on the wall. And that was sort of her like, I'm going to do this, right? And so I think
Mhm.
hearing your story and the importance of early educators, not only did that continue spark, and fortify and continue put that spark in you for storytelling, but you're also an educator.
Mhm.
So, an English teacher at that.
Mhm.
Tell me
Mhm.
more about the literary journal that you advise and how your poetry and your art shows up in your actual professional life.
Thank you. Well, that's I think one of the reasons why I've poured so much into teaching was
Hmm.
because I'm a product of public schools and I had wonderful teachers that inspired me. Um, I have taught all levels of high school English, but my
Hmm.
love is English 9 and creative writing. And part of being the
Okay.
creative writing teacher
English.
means I also advise the literary magazine, which is in its 55th year of existence. It's older than I am. And this year we're pulling together some special pieces to
Mhm.
kind of honor this story tradition at my school. Um, but
And
the
what's the name of the literary magazine?
it's called Unbound.
Okay.
Unbound, yes, and it's last year we won states for Virginia
Awesome.
High School League, and it's been a trophy class for NCTE, which is the National Council of Teachers of English. It's a beautiful magazine, and it showcases the art and literary talents of students from 9 through 12th grade. And I'm really, um, I love teaching the class. I love working with the students to put together the magazine. And I love giving them the opportunity to have pieces published
Yes.
in a school setting, kind of in the same way that I did as a youngster at 6 years of age. But um, I have to be honest, and I have to be careful that um, I don't teach any of my poetry.
Hmm. Hmm.
I stay true to the curriculum that the county provides, but in creative writing, I do talk about my journey to
Yeah.
publication, and
Yeah.
I share with them some of my strategies and um, the process that I go through to get to a finished piece.
Hmm.
And I think it really helps them to see me sit kind of right next to them and right alongside them. And when I run into a problem, it seems real for them.
Yeah.
It's authentic
Yeah.
and it's
Hmm.
genuine.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, but it's very tricky being an English teacher, especially in today's climate, and also being a writer. And I have to be really careful that how those lines kind of cross. But I will
Yeah.
say that Pearl exists because of what I've been teaching for so many years. As a ninth grade English teacher,
Yeah.
I've taught the Odyssey
Hmm.
whew, for decades, and it just in the beginning I taught it like as a I took a
Hmm.
traditional approach.
Hmm.
Odysseus is the epic hero, he's on the hero's journey. But the more I became familiar with the text, I started to notice that there were all of these feminine forces and figures at play.
Yes. Yes.
And I don't know that we're really actually getting their story. Odysseus is telling us his version. And so the more I explored that, the more I realized what would they have to say if they had the opportunity to amplify their voice. And so I kind of went on this journey to amplify my voice while at the same time trying to unleash their stories that have been locked up, bottled up. Um,
Mm.
and then when I looked at their stories, I realized that their experiences are really no different from the experiences of women today.
Yeah.
And so I just kind of imagined what would it be like for the women from Homer's Odyssey? What would their story sound like if they were told through the lens of a Black woman today? And
Mm.
that's how I got to Pearl. So it came from my teaching, but I don't teach it, if that makes sense.
No, that makes it definite makes sense. So I have two questions before we dive into Pearl. I know there
Sure.
has to have been moments that, or it doesn't necessarily have to be a student, but as your poetry is becoming shared more widely in Maryland and beyond, what are some moments, some really moments, touching moments, or impactful moments, or even maybe, moments where it was just like, oh, that's not how my poetry was supposed to come off, or some of the interactions you've had either with students who have found your work or just your readers and audience that have really been impacted. I loved hearing from writers and artists who have had those one-on-one moments, either with someone they've admired who've read their work or an anecdotal story about how their work has impacted an individual. Do you have any of those stories you'd like to share?
Thank you. So one story that comes to mind, which is I think how I kind of arrived at the title,
Ah,
because
okay.
the collection came first, the poems
As
came
usual.
individually,
Yes.
and then the title was one of the last pieces. But I was at an event, and I was with one of my best friends, and she was like my hyping me up, and she was like, my friend's got a book coming out, and so everybody wanted me to talk about the book.
Mhm.
And I explained to them that it's connected to the women of the Odyssey. And I kind of got this look like, you wrote a book about the women of the Odyssey,
Mhm,
like.
mhm,
And the
mhm.
person kind of caught themselves, and they were like, well, tell us more. How did you arrive at that? Like, did you study Latin and Greek? Are you well versed in the classics? And you know i
Oh, they'll
i
grill
i
you.
kind of
Yes.
I answered the question, but I just, that moment kind of never left me.
Mhm,
and
mhm.
and I just kind of got a little glimpse of what it must have been like to be Phyllis Wheatley, writing these poems and having people look at her and question, how are you able to write this? Or did you actually really write this? And so I kind of have this affinity and connection, I feel like, to her.
Mhm.
And as I was reading through some of her pieces, I came across a line from Hymn to the Evening,
Oh,
and there
okay.
was a word in there, pearl,
Put that in the chat.
and it
Mhm.
was unfamiliar to me. And so I looked it up, and I saw that how it had been layered in meaning and how it means to weave, but it also means the sound of water rushing over rocks and the swirling motions that happen, the eddying, rippling effects. And I thought, this is a perfect title for the collection, because
Right.
all of these women are swirling in waters, and the rocks are the obstacles that we encounter in life. And so, although that was an uncomfortable moment for
Mhm,
me, having to
mhm.
answer that question and really being called into question, like, how are you writing this?
Yeah.
it actually it led me back to Phyllis, and it led me to what I think is the perfect title for this debut collection.
Hymn to the Evening. I have a few folks in the chat, so I'm going to put the inspiration, Phyllis Wheatley's Hymn to the Evening, inspiration for Michelle's debut collection, Pearl. Now, Michele, tell us a little bit more. I want to, before we get into when the debut comes, and we're going to get into reading a few selections from your work, let's talk about this interaction, because one of the things when I first started Books and Bounty, a lot of women in this space, especially Black women, encouraged me to have the audacity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know you felt like sort of that question was like, how dare you almost like touch
Right.
Odyssey, touch one of our classics, as so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
the whole how can you make the Little Mermaid black, that
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing. And I have to say, one, your grace in that moment is to be applauded, because those microaggressions can build up. And I know as Black artists, they have been more than we would like. Um, and navigating that, as well as the pressures of coming out with a publication, how do you continue to have that audacity and put forth the type of work that you do?
Um,
What's your
well,
motivation in behind the behind the inspiration of the poet?
I think my my motivation is that while it's wonderful to hear compliments, and to hear um, how my writing has affected others, I
Hmm.
write first and foremost for me. And and so like uh, I was thinking the other day. We're in a county. I'm going to digress a little bit, but we're in a county
Hmm.
now where the students have to put their phones up.
Yeah, that, yeah,
They
here too.
we,
Hmm.
we put your phones up, and but I wear a smartwatch, um, primarily because my phone is up. But in the case of an emergency, my family knows they can send me a message, and I'll get it on my watch.
Hmm.
Well, I also get other messages on my watch. I get rejections for places that I've sent my writing to on my watch. It pops up. And I've had rejections happen in the middle of class, in the middle of creative writing class.
Oh, wow.
And I stop class and I take the rejection and I take it right in front of the students
Mm,
and I let them see me process this reaction. And then I let them see me move on,
mm,
because just because your work is rejected doesn't mean your work doesn't hold value,
exactly.
doesn't mean your writing isn't beautiful.
Exactly.
um, it means perhaps maybe it just wasn't a good fit for whatever publication you sent it to.
Hmm.
And I know that kind of from both ends. In running a school magazine,
Hmm.
we don't get to accept all of the students' writing,
Yeah.
and sometimes we have to reject their writing or their art because it doesn't fit with the theme, or perhaps we don't have enough space, or perhaps we've already accepted something that's kind of similar, and
Mm-hmm.
we
Hmm.
really can't have both.
Hmm.
And I think just being transparent and authentic and letting students see that, okay, this is one way to take a rejection,
Hmm.
is healthy for them, but it's also healthy for me. And someone told me a while ago that when you get a rejection,
Hmm.
process it, but then send that work right out to somebody else. Like, don't let it sit with you.
Yes. Keep it
And
moving.
that, yep, and that's
Hmm.
been very good advice for me. I don't know if that quite answered your question, but
No, it definitely did answer my question. And however, we do know that somebody said yes, because
yes.
Pearl will be debuting on February 14th, published, being released by Finishing Line Press. And you can find out again more information. You can follow Michele at a word smithy. Same website. I'll just put it in the chat, and it'll
Mm-hmm.
also be included in all of the descriptions. So tell me your journey on to being signed and published. What was that like? How did Finishing Line Press find you, or you find them, and you ultimately build that relationship and start your journey to being published?
Steph, it happened so fast. Um, my very first published poem was a Pearl poem. I didn't even know it was going to be called Pearl at the time, but it happened
Mm-hmm.
in December of 2022. My very first poem ever. And it's been a snowball ever since. And I submitted the collection to a number of places, about 10 or so, 10 or 12.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a couple of rejections. And it was a semi-finalist, which
Mm-hmm.
shocked me. And it was shortlisted. It was
Yes.
actually shortlisted by Yellow Arrow, so it
Yes.
almost got picked, but not quite. Um, and then I like it didn't sit in the rejection, so I sent it to a few other places, and Finishing Line was one of them. They were sponsoring. They have an annual Women's Voices chapbook contest, and
Uh,
I thought all the voices in my collection are women. Let me go ahead and try it with them. But it was calling for a chapbook, which meant I had to cut some of the Pearl poems out,
uh,
and because it had to be a certain length.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I didn't get I didn't win the contest, but in their rejection letter, I call it a soft rejection, they said, but we'd still like to publish your collection. And I felt like that's not a rejection, that's an acceptance letter. I don't have to win the contest. You want to publish my book. So that was like my husband had to pull me off of the ceiling because I can't believe this is actually happening to me. They have been great. They are a small press, and they're out of Kentucky, so they're not
Okay.
close.
Mm-hmm.
So my interaction with them has been strictly through email and snail mail.
Mm-hmm.
But they have made some accommodations that I'm not sure would have happened at other presses. Um, Pearl was submitted to them as a chapbook, so it was going to be like maybe 30 pages,
Mm-hmm.
and um I felt bad that not all of the Pearl poems were going to make it in there. So I asked them, would you consider maybe publishing it as a full collection? And they said, well, send us the poems that you cut out of it and we'll get back to you. So I sent them the ones that didn't make the first cut,
Mm-hmm.
and they said yes. I I
Wow.
don't know if other presses would have been willing to do that, but I was grateful to them because I didn't want to leave any of the poems out.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
other thing that they did, which I really appreciated, was my son is an artist. And so he designed the art that's on the cover, as well as two
Really
pieces of
awesome.
art that are on the inside.
That was actually going to be
And
my next question. I always like to
oh,
ask. You have a very interesting and like aesthetically a pleasing cover. I'm a magpie for beautiful and or interesting covers, and yours is one of them. And it's
well,
so
thank
great to
you.
hear that your son had this opportunity to not only work with, publish his work in this way, but to do it for his mother. So continue. I'm sorry
Hmm.
I didn't cut you off, but that was just so
No,
good to
no,
hear.
no, not at all. I feel so blessed to be on this journey with
Hmm.
him. He's an emerging artist. I'm an emerging poet. And, I told him, he was one of my first beta readers. I don't know how much he read it, but I was like, here, son, here are all the poems. There are a lot of women. There's a lot of water. There's a lot of rocks, which are obstacles. Um, my hair is locked. Give me some beautiful queen on the cover with locked hair that maybe kind of blends both Greek and African features. And I am always in black. And so he knew the kind of the color scheme that I was
Hmm.
going for. And when he produced that, I was just in awe. I was like, oh my gosh.
Wow.
So it meant the world to me that Finishing Line was willing to take his art. And he also drew two pieces for the inside for like the
Wow.
sections, and they
Uh-huh.
were willing to put his art in the inside as well. And when he produced that, I was just in awe. I was like, oh my God.
I Well, give us his information, shout him out so people can know
Okay,
where to find him
sure,
and how to follow. And
sure.
while you were talking, I blew up the cover that we have on screen so folks could see it while you were
Oh,
discussing. But go ahead, give him a shout out. We'll put his information in the description as well because, as you know, we have a plethora of our audience is filled with independent writers, self-publishing authors, and other creatives that are always looking to for partners and sponsorship with artists and designers, cartoonists, and more. So yeah, give him a shout out.
sure. So his handle used to be his name, but like young adults, sometimes they change their name. So forgive me, I have to look it up.
Great. We'll make sure
Yeah,
when we follow up, go ahead and if you want to, yeah, take a minute to look that up, and we can also always add it in the description as well.
sure. It's should I type it or should I just tell you?
Let's see here. You can go ahead. You can tell me, and I'll write it
Okay,
here
it's ITZ
now.
only.
Mm-hmm.
M as in Michelle 33999,
And that's his
and that's
Instagram.
his Instagram.
All right, there we are. All right, I'll put that in the chat. And before, I think what we'll do next, as you know, we always end the show with bookish recommendations. But before we get to that, if you wouldn't mind treating us with the experience of reading from either your upcoming collection, Pearl, or any of your other work, I think that will be a wonderful treat for me and for our viewers as well. So,
Okay,
um,
sure.
and we'll go ahead. I'm going to put in the chat now your website. It's also on the screen. Oh, let's see. Hold on one second. Let me change something really quick, Michelle, before you start reading.
Sure. Oh, I think it's two threes and three nines.
Oh, two threes and three nines. Okay.
Yeah, two threes and three nines.
Two threes, three nines. And we'll correct all of it. We'll not add the full descriptions. Just to let folks know out there, the only way you can catch Books and Bounty completely live is here, and usually most times on Twitch. But we also post highlights a week or a couple of weeks after the show, and so they'll be on YouTube, the website, and his other syndicated networks. And so we'll make sure we get all that correct when we put out the descriptions, Michelle. And to those there listening on YouTube, who we have? We have Ivana and some more folks joined us on Instagram and YouTube. So just your friendly reminder that our primary streaming platform is Twitch here at Books and Bounty. So make sure if you want to interact with Michelle, ask questions to her in the chat. Now's your time to go ahead and switch on over to watch us on Twitch, and make sure you like, subscribe to get rid of those pesky ads, and get some new fun emotes that we created for Books and Bounty subscribers. So Michelle, I'll let you take it away. Introduce what you're going to be reading from us tonight, and we'll sit back and enjoy.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to read a poem called Melancholia, and it was first published in Artemis Journal in 2023. And it's a poem that I like to start with because it's like an ars poetica in that it explains what I'm trying to do in this collection. It's also probably one of the more personal poems. I like to amplify other voices, but
Uh,
in this poem, it's really me. Melancholia. I rewrite their stories to avoid sharing my own. Autobiography truths hiding in plain sight behind archetypes, Greek, classical in nature. So different from my heritage and culture, and yet also very much the same. I recast their sorrows in stanzas, statues, and stones, replacing my reality with illusions pouring out from a Grecian urn, a cocktail mixture, one part past, two parts present. I reweave their threads, old and new, black and white, cliched and coded, messages lost for years at sea, trapped glass bottles floating freely, but never reaching final destinations. I rewear their sandals and shackles, donned by female forces from the past and present to navigate my future, never forgetting, always remembering what they look like.
Mm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And again, that was Melancholia, and that was from your upcoming debut collection, Pearl, which publishes on February 14th from Finishing Line Press. Michelle, that I have a bunch to say about some of the imagery in there. The idea of remembering and looking back in order to look forward. Um, how the ideas, the imagery of both the sandals and sort of you can think of the Greek imagery around there, but also the shackles and sandals of our slave ancestors.
Yes.
And again, the retelling or reimagining of those myths based on the voices and perspectives of marginalized people, especially women, Black women today. Tell us a little bit more about your inspiration behind Melancholia. And I'm interested to know sort of what poetry comes before and after that poem and
Oh,
why. Mm-hmm.
okay. So I am a I'm an introvert, even though I teach high school and I talk a lot. I really am a private person, and there's usually a lot going on up here, but I don't talk a lot. Um, but I put it in my writing. So the things that I struggle with to say out loud, I put on the page. And Melancholia kind of addresses that um, things that I want to write about or that I want to say, I kind of weave them into a Greek myth, into another person's voice to kind of avoid um, sharing my own. And so that's kind of where that comes from. It's interesting that you ask about the placement of the poem in the collection because that's something that I definitely wrestled with.
Mm-hmm.
There, so Pearl is divided into two sections. One is called Swirl, which deals with the purling water that happens when you like toss rocks and you get this
Oh.
eddying effect.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a section called Stitch, which refers to the like knitting purl. And this poem is the very first poem at the beginning of the Stitch section because so much is mentioned about what I'm rewearing and reweaving.
Yes.
And so it's the first poem. And I'm not entirely sure what comes after it, but I
Mm-hmm.
know that it's a poem that deals with um, weaving something.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
often, I mean, the whole collection, I'm weaving old and new, I'm weaving black and white, I'm weaving the cliched with the coded, which I kind of reference here in one of those stanzas. But
Mm-hmm.
the
Mm-hmm.
the poems that deal with like Penelope's weaving of the funeral shroud, um,
Oh, I love
those
that.
kinds of stories are gonna, or those kinds of pieces are gonna be in the second half. And then the first half, there's a lot of swirling water, a lot of islands, a lot of women who are imprisoned kind of on an island, isolated, misunderstood.
Just writing down a couple of notes here for clips later because um, I always find it interesting as an editor myself, sort of that process. And I have to admit that I am much more familiar with it when it comes to traditional narrative, the revision process, and how to which chapters, well, not which chapters go where. That's a little bit more easy to tell in a book because it's a narration, it's a story, it
Right.
has a way it should move. But as a collection, I can imagine figuring out that order is much more difficult, if especially when the sort of poems come first, and then
Hmm.
and then you start to see the connections between them, and start forming that collection from your work. So, what we're going to leave with tonight, as we leave with all of our bookish guests here at Books and Bounty, Michelle, I always ask you to ask folks to give us bookish recommendations. And this usually asks for three things: a bookish person or organization, and an event, and then a thing. So, and the thing could be a book or product or service or anything like that. And this is always an opportunity to promote your work or the work of a colleague. And so I'll let you take it away. Any
Okay.
recommendations for the audience on bookish things, folks, or events that we should look forward to?
So, I have a lot of toys. I call them toys. They're
Mm-hmm.
games,
Uh-huh.
manipulatives in my classroom to kind of help students with writer's block. But I also have a set of toys here at home in my office that I play with from time to
Okay.
time. And one of the organizations that is actually not local, but kind of embraced me and welcomed me into their community is the Watering Hole. And they're out of South Carolina. And they have this wonderful, it's their mantra is a home for poets of color in the South, and they have this great little box of cards, and on the cards they have like different craft talks and different poetic devices and elements, and it's like if you
Mm-hmm.
are sitting down and you have a little bit of writer's block, you could pull a card and
Oh,
it might
wow.
provide some inspiration. So I play with them all of the time, but it's from the Watering Hole, and they haven't. I bought them really for my classroom, but they haven't made them in there yet. I'm like, my students have enough toys right now. I'm gonna play with these. But
I
speaking of
see it. Yes.
organizations,
Mm-hmm.
um, as an emerging poet, I really stress the importance of finding a community. Writing can be a really solitary act, but
Yes.
you have to workshop your pieces sometimes. You need people to be in your corner cheering you on. Networking is really important. And a number of the pieces that I've published that are on my website
Mm-hmm.
are all kind of tied to the DMV. I'm a
Mm-hmm.
native Washingtonian, but right now I live in Virginia. I've lived in Maryland, and I have tried to forge relationships with organizations like Yellow Arrow and Zora's Den and the Inner Loop and Day 8, which are kind of central to this area. And you'll never be without events because they're always doing something. So,
Mm-hmm.
but the Watering Hole is out of South Carolina.
And you have an event, and a speaking engagement for Pearl with Zorzadin upcoming as well, right?
No, not with Zora's Den.
Not with Zorzadin. Okay, I thought you did. I'm sorry about that. I was
I
mistaken.
had I had an impromptu one during City Lit,
Ah, okay.
where I, met the editor and she invited me to read, but I haven't had a chance to get out to Baltimore to connect with them since then. But I hope to.
Well, hopefully it'll be soon, and hopefully, definitely, we'll be able to see you at an up and coming Ink and Inspiration event. For those who are just tuning in, again, this morning we had to, my partners and I had to make the difficult decision to postpone the inaugural fair this Saturday, just so we can ensure that we can provide an engaged and full audience for our panelists and speakers like Michelle, especially to our bookish businesses and independent authors. Michelle, I wrote down a little bit about the watering hole, as well as some other recommendations that you've given us and mentioned throughout today. I'll make sure to get you can reply and send me your son's actual information for all those folks out there looking for to partner with emerging artists around their own cover designs. I'll also send you a few communities that I think he could join to look
Okay,
for
that
others
would be great.
that would be looking for that kind of work. And thank you so much again for being one of those special parts about Books and Bounty. I really, really am on a mission to connect Black and Indigenous creatives and storytellers, considering the times that we are in.
Mm,
The 24 new exchange of the media, the onslaught, the sort of onslaught, insult, and assault of Trump
yes.
right now, right? In the political scene, and climate, uh, I feel like the work of authors and writers. First of all, I feel you guys are like the smartest people in the world, and to top it off, you are an educator as well. It is important work that you do. The art of language, the power in it, has been proven time and time and again, especially for Black people. So again, thank you for being the most special part of Bookings and Bounty. It's my goal to amplify your work, make connections between you and other creatives, and I hope to continue our relationship as well as see you at a future Ink and Inspiration event.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. This has been wonderful. Thank you so much.
All right, Michelle, I will be getting my copy of Pearl.
Yay.
I'm excited about it. And when it gets here, guys, you'll be one of the first to see and read it with me. Tune in just a few minutes. We'll take a quick intermission and then we'll be back. We'll be reading some selections from The Fire Inside. I'll let you know a little bit about how I found Michelle through Zora's Den's work, um, as well as continued updates for the rest of this evening's schedule. All right, Michelle, thank you so much again. And until next
Thank you,
time,
Steph.
happy writing and reading.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much again for tuning in today for Books and Bounty for this special edition Spotlight on Ink and Inspiration features guests and vendors. Today, we are meeting with Michelle Evans, Elizabeth Michaud, as well as Gab Sussman. Michelle, as you just learned, is a poet, local poet here in the DMV area. She is also a lifetime educator. She advises at High School Literary Magazine, and she has her first collection of poetry debuting through Finishing Line Press on February 14th. We'll make sure to include her website in the. Oh, we're on an ad break right now. So I think I'm going to wait. I don't know if it's timed with YouTube as well. So we're going to wait a minute and then we're going to keep talking. For other folks listening in right now, thank you so much for being part of Books and Bounty. I mentioned some reasons why you should be following us on Twitch. Here are some other reasons. One, during the first 6 months of Books and Bounty, you can lock in your early support. Here, if you follow on Twitch, that is one of the only things you need to do to enter any of the bookish giveaways here at Books and Bounty. You also should be following and joining our Bookish Brigade Discord server. We've had two giveaway winners so far. Our first giveaway winner, shout out to D Drizzle 18, one of the day one supporters here at Books and Bounty. He won the complete Legacy of Orisha series from Tomi Adeyemi. So that's Children of Blood and Bone, Children of Virtue and Vengeance, and Children of Anguish and Anarchy. Our second giveaway winner was highlighted during our graphic novel spotlight at the end of 2024. Michael Psycho. He was actually, I think, the first person to raid the channel here at Books and Bounty. His name was pulled out of the Beyonce boot, and he was able to enjoy his selection, one title from that graphic novel, End of Year Spotlight. So just last week, he was sent a copy of Keanu Reeves' Berserker. That is not something I have read, but it was a highly recommended from the fella here at Books and Bounty. And we are just back from ads. We just wrapped up an interview with Michelle Evans, acclaimed and award-winning poet here in the DMV. Her information, I'll put it in the chat now. You can find her on Instagram at
Book buyer just
a
followed.
word Smithy, and of the same thing for her website. And I'll also put in the link to Pearl on Finishing Line Press so that you can order your pre-order your copy today. We'll be posting highlights from Michele's interview within the next couple of weeks. And later on tonight, we have 2 additional spotlights for Books and Bounty. Oh, let's see. Oh, Book Buyer, thank you for following here on Twitch. Just heard that shout out and you heard the call to action and followed through. So thank you so much for turning the page with Books and Bounty and being a supporter here. Let us know if you're in the chat what you're up to, what you're reading and writing today, what you're working on this week. And Book Buyer, I'm interested. Do you trade books? I just watched the bookseller documentary. I forget which streaming platform it was on, but it was about booksellers and auctioneers and rare book buyers. It was completely fascinating, and I nerded out over it. So, really interested book buyer. What do you do? What are you interested in? And what are you working on today? So, later on tonight, we will also be visited by other Ink and Inspiration featured guests and vendors. Tonight, we will have Elizabeth Michaud, who is a traveling Book Nook display vendor. She's a poet out of Georgia, mother, and she has 2 published collections. We also will be meeting Gab Sussman, who is a co-founder and worker partner at the Baltimore Transformative Learning Collective. Gab Sussman has a personal mission to be an abolitionist educator and transform the Baltimore City educational system to make it more inclusive, diverse, and accessible to more students. I'm a book publishing student. Oh, well, glad to have you, book publishing student. Yes. What program are you in? How are you enjoying it? And what are you reading this week? Let us know if you have any reader recommendations for the audience tonight. So we'll be talking with Gab Sussman, again, co-founder and worker partner at Baltimore Transformative Learning Collective. Baltimore, also known as Be More Transform. Be More Transform offers an array of innovative, engaging, and downright just fun programming for everyone, educators, and especially safe spaces and events for those in the local LGBTQ plus community. Gab will be here to talk about not only her work through Be More Transform, but also some of their wonderful events that you can engage in with your friends and family here throughout the city in Baltimore, such as their 21 and plus series, Liberation Libations, for educators and folks doing community and youth advocate work here in Baltimore, as well as one of the ways that I found Be More Transform. Good old Dreamers and Make Believers here in Highlandtown, the Highlandtown neighborhood in Baltimore, host a independent to young readers graphic novel book club. So again, this is independent readers to grade 4, Dreamers and Make Believers. Gab helps host that. Be More Transform helps put on and host that graphic novel club. So it's Book Buyer. What you say? Change of school, continuing education. I'm loving the program. 4 weeks in now. Awesome. Well, keep it up. Good luck to you. Keep up the motivation. Glad to have you today. On the weekends, I do readathons, and sometimes late at night. We may have you one late at night if I'm not too tired, where I do reading sprints. So it'll be if you have time to study, if you have things to work on, it's a great opportunity to have a little digital virtual body double and get some work done. So stick around. Right now, we're going to let's check on the chat here, see else who's joined us. Dr. LJ Speaks, JNF Enterprises, partner here at Books and Bounty. Thank you so much for joining on Instagram. Ejogu Perpetual. Ejogu. I'm sure, I hope I'm butchering your name, I'm sure, but thank you so much for joining on Instagram. Let's see here, YouTube. But again, if you want to engage in the chat, as well as have your notification show up on screen, make sure make sure you are watching and following on Twitch. Let's see if I can use any of these funky emotes. Oh yes, we have all new emotes for Twitch subscribers. So we have, let's see here. Here's our Ink and Inspiration. There it is. Then we have, let's see, Mage Steph. we have B the Bookworm. And then we have our Tome Tender avatar for tier 3 subscribers. Dun, 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 dun. Subscribing also gets you access to the Discord channel and exclusive content. We'll be setting up a call in for the spring. We are in the process of setting up a sort of call in more engaging format around behind the scenes, publishing industry experts, ask me questions, that kind of thing. And that will primarily the communication around that, the way you can call in, the way you can submit questions will be through the Bookish Brigade Discord channel. And if you want more information about anything that we've talked about today, our hub is, as always, booksandbounty.com. So, the way I found Michele's work is actually through, you've seen this before, I featured The Fire Inside at my first traveling book nook engagement at the Black Wall Street Expo next year. And if I forget, you guys, remind me. The next traveling book nook event is the end of February at the bmorenews.com Black Wall Street Expo, hosted at the Downtown Multicultural Arts Center. You should see it floating across the screen in the slideshow, which isn't it up right now? Let me check on that. There it is. So you'll see that going across their screen, and you can find out more information about the Black Wall Street Expo at bmorenews.com. I do have a few many of the folks, actually all of the display vendors, again, thank you so much for your committed and continued support, will be displaying at the Black Wall Street Expo through the Books and Bounty Traveling Book Nook. I do have a room for maybe 2 or 3 other display authors or businesses if you are so interested. Again, it's $45 per traveling book nook engagement to amplify your work among a targeted audience, or you can pay $165 for the full annual registration fee, and that includes all ink and inspiration dates plus all public events such as the Black Wall Street Expo. So next during this, let me make sure I'm on my schedule correctly. Because I want to share with you a little bit about what I'm going to be looking at today. So let me see if I can get a new tab here. And open up the display. Okay, so you should be able to, well, if it was positioned correctly, there we go. Right now I'm showing on screen Michele Evans, poet, acclaimed award-winning Maryland poet, local poet, who's also a lifelong educator and advises for a local nationally award-winning literary magazine. I'm going to make sure to include a bunch of information about that when we post highlights in the description. But here's Michele's website. You can also follow her on Instagram at @awordsmithy. You can find out more information about her, including some of her previous publications awards. As Michele let us know in her interview, she had her first published work in 2022. I wonder if this is it here. And Now, here we are in the spring, late winter, early spring of 2025, and she is debuting her first published collection of poetry. Now, I met Michele, or I discovered Michele through The Fire Inside, which collected stories and poems from Zora's Den. Zora's Den is a women's writers group here in Baltimore, Maryland, and editor is Victoria Adams Kennedy, who Victoria is also the founder of Zora's Den. The guest editor for this volume is Bernice L. McFadden. And Michele's poem, Muse, is featured as the first poem in the collection. I've read this here before. I want to read it again, and then I want to read some of the other ones. Like we have Pamela Walford, Baltimore Banner. We have a few folks you may have heard if you're local into the literary scene here in Baltimore, Maryland. So I'm going to read you some other selections from, again, this is The Fire Inside, Volume 3, collection poems and words from Zora's Den. Let's see if we can get a few of the names of the collaborators. And this volume is dedicated to the Black women writers who feel unseen and unheard. Write anyway. Your work will not be in vain. And as we think about Michele's upcoming collection, Pearl, which is a reimagining, a retelling in the perspective and view and voice of Black women, I want you to think about, again, the idea of a muse, Greek mythology, but how and how important it is for, especially for educators teaching these kind of material to black children. Bring it home, make them connect with it, bring it not just into modern times, but let them feel it here. Good art, I don't care, it's Homer's Odyssey or something coming out of the Confucius era from China. If it's good art, if it's good word, if that language is used in folks are at the master of their craft, you're gonna be able to find a way to make it hit here. And so we have the ad start soon. So let me go ahead and read from Muse by Michele Evans. And again, to get rid of those pesky ad breaks, just follow and subscribe on Twitch. Muse by Michele Evans. She was the 10th one, the one I added to the original, classical, mythological Greek 9. She was a civil rights activist, a leading Hollywood actress, a Pulitzer Prize-winning presidential inaugurating artist. She was loveliest among goddesses, a heavenly angel, a once muted and caged bird, now free, phenomenal woman, a creative inspiration, a lyrical calliope. You see, before invoking her, I had this problem, and this problem had me. I was unable to see, brooding in a black box, blinded and belittled, badgered and blacklisted. I was unable to hear, drowning in a black sea, deflated and damaged, drained and devalued. I was unable to feel, wrestling in a black hole, weakened and wounded, withered and wronged. I was unable to think, suffocating in a black smoke, stereotyped and smothered, scarred and second-guessed. I was unable to speak, muttering in a black tongue, marginalized and muzzled, muted and misunderstood. I was unable to write, outlining in a black book, obstructed and omitted, oppressed and objectified. And now when she sings in me, through me, that heavy shroud of ebony and obscurity is miraculously lifted, and those shadows, the dark ones lurking in my mind and heart, completely vanish. So I can see and hear and feel and think and speak and finally write again. So that was like, yes, I have to have Michele at Writing and Reading for Liberation at an Ink and Inspiration event. This poem, I keep coming back to it. As you know, Pearl, Michele's debut collection, publishes on February 14th. Pre-order your copy. Is a reimagining, a retelling of Greek mythology from the perspective of the marginalized, the women in that, and bringing them inspired into a story and voice of Phyllis Wheatley. And I think you can get a lot of that out of this poem and muse and see Michelle's inspiration as well as get a snippet of what yummy language and poetry you'll get from her debut collection, Pearl. Book Swifty, thank you for joining tonight. We just left with Michele Evans. I'm going to be reading some more from Zora's Den. Just update now. Okay, so let's pick some others here. If you guys are familiar with this question, especially if you are local, let me know. I would love to hear your thoughts. If you have any favorites that I should mention here to viewers. So let's go through this one. The first epigraph we see here is from Audre Lorde. It's a quote, says, "You cannot use someone else's fire. You can only use your own. And in order to do that, you must first be willing to believe that you have it." Again, it's about having that audacity. Keep writing, keep putting that work out, keep working towards building your audience, finding out where your work lands. And that is something that from the artists and creators, old and new, emerging and successful, well in the game, OGs and not, all of the folks that you have seen here at Books and Bounty have always given that recommendation to young and emerging artists to keep putting out the work, keep putting pen to paper, complete that project. It is hard sometimes. We get into those blocks. I highly suggest, even though we will not be holding the workshop this weekend, we are. I think I'm going to be working with Nicole on developing this into a virtual workshop. I highly recommend if you are at a moment where you feel blocked, especially as a writer or creative, and you don't know how to finish that project, get started and put that pen to paper, even though that story has been churning and churning around in your head. Check out Nicole Yard's book, Not Just Words, Writing is Liberation. It's given some breakthroughs for me. It's the reason why I wanted this to be the first writing workshop coming out of inspiration. And you can find out more information at NicoleYard.com. But again, as Audre Lorde says, you must be willing to believe that you have it. You have to be willing to believe that you have that fire. Okay, so let's see some other ones that I've marked here that I would like to read. Okay. This is a poem called Sister Girl's Coronation. It's by A. Adenike Phillips. And let me put that in the chat so you guys know. And we are reading from, I'm going to bring it up now. This is the first volume. It was a rendition of Zora herself. A foreword by Lucy Ann Hurston. And some of the contributors to Zora's Den. Let's see, where is... They have 1 and 2. All right, again, so this is Sister Girls Coronation by A. Adenique Phillips. And this is again from The Fire Inside. Let's see, can you see that? Fire Inside. It's a poem. How I cling to the day we beat the bully, my hands clenched tight, in remembrance of when our combined spunk ruled the South 10th Street world, of when we made Newark bend its knee towards mercy, of when we made our cobblestone driveway to the path to our throne. Yes, big sister and little sister queens, legit, royalty. Honey from the hive, that slow drip of sweet from the spoon. Then we lay in bed besieged by the news of mama's cancer returning. And this our reign had no power, marooned, sucker punched and duped. But I remember the days we laughed like overripe honeydew, bellies ready to burst open. I remember Mama churning ice cream on the front porch, how her love churned in us, around us and steady. Those days our only shield was black girl attitude. We sucked our teeth to the soothe of the ache, rolled eyes to souvenir seconds. How your fingers made magic when you greased my scalp and braided my hair. As our thighs thickened and our chest heaved 2 hills, secrets never spilled from our lips. Let our purple sequined robes flow down Springfield Avenue. Let Tito toss penny candy confetti at our feet. Let pigeons carry our diamond diadem. Let the crossing guard bestow our sovereign scepters. We beat the bully, right? We crowned, right? Sister, we still shadow inside. Shadow until our kingdom comes and comes again. Again, that's Sisters Girls Coronation by the poet Phillips. Let's read another one of my favorites. Just mark that one as having been read on screen. All right, the next one, I keep coming back. This one I have not read yet, but the title keeps jumping out to me and I keep going back to it. And I don't know why I think I know this woman. But this one is called Threshold and by Pamela Woodson. And it is actually Words and Thoughts. Oh, it's actually a short story. See if I can find a shorter one. This is one I have not read, but I want to flag it to read later. I need a sticky. I don't have a sticky right here. Yes, I do. Let's see what comes after this one. This one is called Bucket List. It's by Connie Patton. These seem to be words and thoughts. Again, Bucket List by Connie Patton. From the Fire Inside, Collected Stories and Poems from Zora's Den, Volume 3. The bedroom floor is cold and creaks under my bare feet. I glance over my shoulder at your naked back, resist the urge to mold myself against the deep brown of your skin, whisper into the space between your shoulders that I am sorry. Sorry that our life has become as unrecognizable as my own image, my face, older than its 34 years, its hue once bright honey beige, now dull and ashen. But mostly I am sorry for the thoughts I keep to myself, for wanting the thing I know will hurt you. You. If I said it out loud, if I confessed the selfish thing, would you understand that I do love you? Metastasize. Sounds more like the name of a shitty high school band than cancer that has spread to my liver and lungs. In the words of my doctor, all medical options have been exhausted. Live the best you can in the time you have, she said. I wanted to punch her in her healthy body, fashion a straitjacket out of her dingy white lab coat, and roll her ass into traffic. Instead, I looked past her to a framed picture stunning on the windowsill of her office. She's smiling into the camera, her shirt aqua blue, hair in a ponytail. Draped casually around her shoulders, the arm of a man wearing a Jimi Hendrix t-shirt, the Santa Cruz boardwalk frozen behind them. A decade ago, a life before you, I stood on that same boardwalk with someone else, watching the red metal arms of a Ferris wheel spin. My locks, long and black, laid heavy against my back. His fingers were laced between mine, barely 20, life stretched out before us. We planned for forever. Never once considering it wouldn't be. I loved him with all my heart back then, before parts of me were scarred and hidden away. College and careers pushed us in different directions. Our demise was slow, the way water erodes rock, subtle, until it wasn't. After I ricocheted from this to that, then came you. Self-assured, focused where I was flailing, you grounded me. You made a life. It was you who found the lump. Your tongue tasting of salty butter in the black of your tongue tasting of salty butter in the back of a movie theater. I smiled into your mouth. Ooh, I like that there. I smiled into your mouth. Your hand slipped down the V of my shirt, kneading my flesh, pausing then, and pressing. A marble-sized island of firmness was undeniable in a sea of soft tissue. Oh, wow. My legs are no longer trustworthy. I press my hand against the wall and wait for balance. The apartment is silent except for the cadence of my shallow breath and the scraping shuffle of my house shoes. I reach the living room, fall into the giant beanbag chair you call Prince, sink into its plush purple fabric. Let it swallow me until my legs and arms hang off its sides. Together. You and I have fallen into this chair 100 times, its contents shifting beneath us. Scouring Hulu, searching for something to watch. More times than not, you try to coax me yet into another documentary or some musician. Me groaning resistance in favor of a character-driven drama instead. Compromising, we watch a trashy reality show that has no basis in reality at all, but guarantees an hour of belly laughing critique. Lately, it is just me in the chair. Long before the sun appears, you are exhausted from worry. The weight of it etching furrows into the skin of your forehead. You watch me so closely now, like you're trying to remember while I'm still right in front of you. We made my bucket list in this chair. Balancing a yellow notepad on your knee, you scribbled down my wishes. Ziplining in Belize, a safari in Botswana. We laughed, cried. You rubbed my head, called my black stubbles of hair defiant tiny soldiers standing at attention. Even then, resting against you, my mind slipped backward to him. Is this nostalgia? The ache I feel, whatever it is constant. Even your presence, it remains steady. I wanted to tell you then, as you jotted down all the things I would never do, confess that someone else is seared into a part of my heart, separate from the space you occupy. How can I tell you what I really want, what I long for, more than Belize or Botswana, is to be with him again? Oh, wow, that's heavy and deep. Oh, that's interesting. It sounds like woman with cancer, has a supportive partner with her, but is still in love with a previous romance. That was really, I really like that. I smiled into your mouth. That's a word there. Let's see, let's try to find another poem. All right, we'll read two more and then we'll take a short intermission and be back for more later. Mish be reading. Thanks for joining tonight. I am reading from Zora's Den, the volume, The Fire Inside, Volume 3. We just had Michele Evans, who's actually a featured poet here in Volume 3, but also she is debuting her first collection, Pearl, from Finishing Line Press. Releases on February 14th. And she was here earlier talking about her pathway and road to being a published poet, as well as reading a couple selections from the debut poetry collection, Pearl. So I've been reading a few more selections from The Fire Inside. And this is how I discovered Michele Evans, as she has the first poem featured here in the anthology. Well, this scene, I like, you got, I am a big fan of spoken word. And I actually need to do a better job of creating a event schedule where I'm out and about more in the community. Again, as I've been telling y'all and hyping up, Baltimore is on a literary renaissance. There's always been spoken word and poetry opportunities in Baltimore, but they are so creative and different and new and all different formats. And you know, we just had the live Hot Second Books. Evan Burton had the live storytelling with the DJ. There are a few others that I want to be highlighting and attending in the next couple of weeks. I'll make sure, if I can, I'll bring you guys with me. But until then, and because it's February, we'll also be dedicating a whole hour of poetry in February to poets from the writing and reading streaming category on Twitch. So make sure while you're following Books and Bounty that you give the writing and reading category on Twitch or browse and find one of your next favorite literary streamers. There's writers, there's editors, behind the scene folks, there's techie folks developing, ways to gamify your writing accountability. So check out more poetry to come during Poetry Month, this month in February. All right, we'll continue to read some more now from The Fire Inside, Volume 3, from the Women's Writers Collective, Zora's Den. A writers collective homegrown here in Baltimore, founded by Victoria Adams Kennedy. This poem by Zia Dion is titled Burn Down the Big House, for Brianna. One took a life and only got fired. Other two still getting paid, and we all know why. And killers roam free, and the people is tired. No justice, no peace. From the police siren, when the blue line sees black, they try a flat line in them. Can't kill us all, so you get an uprising. No time for sidelining, no shucking, no jiving. Tired of surviving, we move into thriving. An entire race alive and up, and we coming, up shining. Winning after years of trying to run beside, and ain't shit y'all can do but step the fuck aside and let us be great. But the hate magnifying can't see back excellence without resorting to violence. What y'all ain't know, we too loud to be silenced. Cloaks being unrobed, show that history y'all hiding, truth all exposed. Now we all about to ride in deep like the wines multiplied by the whinings. Protect black women, yo. We sick and tired of crying, watching our babies dying. Whole judicial system a fraud and a lie, y'all can't take no more. Patience all but expired. Fuck around and find out. Turn cheeks, turn to fire. Zia Dion. Burn Down the Big House, for Brianna, a poem in The Fire Inside, Volume 3. Let me see if I can find. Here's another short words and thoughts, and I think I'll leave you with this one before we take a brief intermission. I'm going to refill my tea, reset some things for this evening. Again, we just had Michele Evans, acclaimed and award-winning poet, here on Books and Bounty, where we were able to talk about her upcoming collection, Pearl, published from Finishing Line Press, as well as read a few selections from her work. Right now, I'm reading selections from The Fire Inside, Volume 3. This is an anthology from the Zora's Den Writing Group here in Baltimore, Maryland. I actually discovered Michele's work through Zora's Den. So I'm really excited to have her here in Books and Live and continuing to feature her work here and at future Ink and Inspiration events. Oops. All right, so we'll leave with this last one. And this is Blues by Angela Ford Johnson. It's about 2 pages. In a black girl's life, the pain felt familiar and comfortable like an old friend. It washed over her frequently and lingered like expensive perfume. The heartbreak hung around the front stoop of her mind like a neighbor, checking in to make sure she still lived there, right next door or upstairs or across the hall. Sometimes it was the dent in the mattress left behind after a lover was long gone. The sadness sometimes hung around her neck like jewelry glinting in the sunlight, warming her clavicle on fall days. Promises abandoned had dug a groove inside her heart. Hindsight clanged around her wrists, a bracelet that was tad too heavy to wear. Music pricked her skin, sending emotion wafting in and out of her pores. Aretha, Etta James, Shirley Murdoch, Luther Vandross, Barry White, Jagged Edge, Aaliyah, Donny Hathaway, Otis Redding, Jay-Z. So many melodies. Words floating around her as a cloak, then thickening like a weighted blue blanket. A car driving by with a booming system blasted her with ice shards, the lyrics pelting her as they faded away in the distance. A trip to the market turned near fatal when the store PA system pushed out a familiar record like a prom DJ. Her mood danced across her eyelids, past clenched teeth, tapping her collarbone, pinching her shoulders and back, rocking through her hips. Twirling in the parlor of her memories, pain was home. The hearth of the center when she the hearth of at the center the hearth at the center when she visited. An address she never left. Pain was not goodbye. She never wanted to jump. She did not want to end it all. She much preferred wallowing in the loss of appetite, lying in bed for days, wincing when the sun came up as her body was lifted awake, and racking anxiety, as if a pulley was hooked to her abdomen, drawing her upwards as her limbs dangled around her limp. The rush of panic swirling around her stomach to the bottom of her throat, singing, "Good morning, heartache," with an added thundering bass that was felt rather than heard. She drifted so low that she almost slipped away one time. A lazy suicide where she quietly wither, no effort required. She didn't want to die exactly. She was just too tired to care anymore, and leaving seemed easier. To just vanish. The Lord came to her then, in a dream or hallucination or a telegram from the ancestors. They spoke to her softly, held her hand and hugged her, told her that she was not alone and that she was to live, that Canaan was imminent, that joy would indeed come in the morning on the other side of her blues. They told her to remember the dreams they had whispered to her, remember the visions they had shown, remember our promises and get up from here. Whatever faith she had was dropped in the cauldron that day, elixirs bubbling for her consumption. She broke open to the spirit world inside, the gift she always had, the inklings, the hunch, the knowing, the reason Granny asked her every day about if and what she had dreamed. And yet pain remained, her signature, the sting being the only thing she truly owned. Belief did not relieve her. The confirmation of a Messiah had not quelled the grief. The morning stood guard as skeptic. The day when joy would arrive and take over was a hazy possibility, fleeting even. Her faith was in her ability to still wield the heft of hurt, to tap in and shudder at our own expense. A whispering preview that there was something more, and she'd escape the gloom, did not make her shun her shadow. She embraced her darkness, both her anchor and armor, depositing it a not-so-buried treasure from which she drew strength, deftly balancing the patchwork pieces of her disappointments together for a quilt to mourn in, both sultry and cool. A melancholy embrace in which to rest. The powerful pain gave longevity, a bridge to subsequent chapters. Troubled waters formed the pages of her book, her identity, anticipating an answer, asking, "Who am I without my woe?" She knew the welts and wounds were not where her story ended. Though certain, she was not hopeful, but assured. The pain was a propellant. She would ascend. And again, this is titled Blues by Angela Ford Johnson, and it is featured in The Fire Inside, Collected Stories and Poems from Zora's Den, Volume 3. Who's joined us? Let's see here. We have a few more viewers on TikTok. Thank you for joining. We just had a new follower today, Book Buyer. I'm not sure why it did not refresh. Let me see if we can get your name to show up on screen here. Let's see, over on Instagram, we have Mishpi Reading again. Thanks for joining us again. Hey, girl. Melanin King. Oh, is that Mr. Lewis, Elijah Lewis? I think that's your handle, if I remember correctly. Thank you for joining. And a new traveling booklet display vendor, as well as known as Monique One, also known as Simbali Monique, Miss Monique Smith, also known as Monique Smith, who was a registered vendor with Ink and Inspiration. But of course, as I noted earlier, we had to make the difficult decision of postponing our first event. So I hope Simbali and others who plan to join us in person on February 8th will come back again as we come back bigger and better for the spring and summer dates. I'm going to be taking a brief intermission now, warm up my tea. Tonight, at our normally scheduled time at 10 o'clock, we have with us Elizabeth Michaud, who is a poet, black poet, mother from Georgia. She has two published collections. Her work is known for being extremely thought-provoking, introspective, lyrical. Guys, I have a thing with setting scenes, and she is really pulls you in to the mood and scene of the poem. So we'll get some words from her, her spark in what engaged her with storytelling and how she became a published poet, as well as hopefully be treated with some selections from her work as well. Then at 10:30, we'll have Gab Sussman, who is co-founder and worker partner at Baltimore Transformative Learning Collective, also known as Be More Transform, who was on a mission with a team of abolitionist educators to transform and make Baltimore City educational systems more transparent, inclusive, and diverse. They actually offer a wonderful, wonderful lineup of engaging events and programming, as well as consultation services to schools and youth organizations. So stick around, take a break while you're here. While you're on that break, make sure you go follow, like on TikTok. Not TikTok. Make sure you follow, like, and subscribe on Twitch. Again, Twitch is the primary streaming platform here in Baltimore Bounty. And although you guys catch us live right now, we're live on YouTube and elsewhere. We usually are only live streaming on Twitch. And that will be the exclusive live streaming platform as we move out of our early supporter phase into our next phase and season here at Books and Bounty. If you have any questions, hit me up in the chat today. And again, in order to engage in the chat on screen, you need to be following and viewing on Twitch. And while I warm up the next, I don't even want to count what cup of tea. Today has been a day, y'all. I don't even want to count what number of tea this is. All I know is I had to make a new pot. I had to make a new pot of chai in order to keep it moving. I'm going to work on my next refill. Until then, in the meantime, I want you guys to enjoy the cool lo-fi sounds of chill hop music. That's loud. Chill Hop Music has a generous content licensing program for content creators. You can check them out at chillhopmusic.com. Tell them Books and Bounty sent you. We will also be featuring new and emerging, as well as some of the artists that you know out there on Books and Bounty. We're trying to secure some of the final licensing. But shout out to folks like Jazz Groupies, and I would say they have a fusion, lo-fi, jazz, hip-hop, R&B sound. I don't know. It's Steffi sound. It's Books and Bounty music. It's chill music. It's study music. It's background music at a cafe when you're reading music. And it's also like fun stuff. Like they have a great mixture. It's a little bit like even some gospel in there, like Jazz Groupies. That's with the Z at the end. One word. You can look them up online, but they should be featured. Their work and music will be featured on Books and Bounty soon as well. If you are an emerging artist, creator, musician, and you would like your work featured here on Books and Bounty, hit me up, either info at Books and Bounty. You can hit up the DM. There's also a contact form on the website to let me know a little bit more about you. And the way that works is that we'll set up a conversation. Perhaps you'll send me a sample of your work. If we feel like it's a good fit, you never know how and when or who is the next bookish folk who will be here on Books and Bounty. We'll be continuing to feature Ink and Inspiration speakers, vendors, and others over the next few weeks so that you can be engaged with the wonderful set of speakers that we did have on the program for the February 8th event. Again, thank you so much to all of the speakers and vendors who showed their patience and support and understanding. And especially the traveling book vendors who said, you know what, Stephanie, we're going to rock for you this year. Let's get it. We are at the Black Wall Street Expo hosted by BeMoreNews.com, which is home of the Emmy-nominated Donnie Glover show. CEO and founder Donnie Glover is my lifelong mentor and friend. This will be hosted at the Downtown Multicultural Arts Center here in Baltimore, Maryland. And the Traveling Book Nook by Books and Bounty will have a booth there displaying and amplifying local and national independent authors, creatives, and bookish businesses. I'm also happy to announce that I will be a part of the How to Write a Book panel hosted by acclaimed children's book writer David Miller. So come check us out. I'll put more information in the chat. Here's bemorenews.com. Oh, I thought that was on the.
I just want to say books are my jam. Thank you for rejoining tonight. We will be back in what, about 10, 15 minutes. I actually need to reset the timer because I was just doing some work on the computer when I should have been taking a little break here. Let's see, I'm gonna reset it to 15. Um, but stay tuned. Grab a book. When we'll be back, we'll be doing a little read with Steph. I'll be continuing I've fallen behind my reading goals, so I'll be doing a little bit of catch up in between interviews here today on Books and Bounding Live. Then stick around at 10 Eastern Standard Time, where we have national award winning poet Elizabeth Michaud, as well as co-founder and working partner from Be More Transform, Gab Sussman. So stick around, grab a book, and I will be back in about 15 minutes.
Everyone, we're back. Thank you for joining and staying tuned. For those who stuck around, continue to share the live. Let them know that we're back in business. Right now, we're going to be doing a little reading up until our next interview. I have been, this last weekend, we did a final push for promo and efforts. However, to ensure that we have an engaging audience for both our panelists, our guests, and especially our bookish businesses and self-publishing and independent authors that have been attending on Saturday, we've decided to postpone Saturday's event and consolidate it into our spring and summer affairs. You can find out more information about Ink and Inspiration, a series of curated bookish experience for Black and Indigenous writers, readers, and those who support them. So sincere thank you to all of our speakers, panelists, guests for their continued support. Earlier today, we met one of those speakers, Michele Evans, would have opened the ceremony with remarks on writing and for liberation, as well as reading selections from her upcoming debut poetry collection, Pearl. Pearl debuts on February 14th. You can pick up a copy at awordsmithy.com or at finishinglinepress.com. Again, and then later on tonight, we'll continue to spotlight some of those guests and speakers so that you can engage as planned with their content and with their work. Tonight, hi Matt. Tonight, we will also attend during our usual streaming time on Tuesdays here at Books and Bounty Live, where we turn the page with special guests and have book reviews, especially, and have fun with some live giveaways and games. We will be tuning in with Elizabeth Michaud. Elizabeth is a nationally award-winning and acclaimed poet out of Georgia. She is a traveling Book Nook display vendor. So you will see her at the upcoming Black Wall Street Expo hosted by bmorenews.com. We will actually be selling some of her work from the Traveling Book Nook booth there at the Black Wall Street Expo. And tonight at 10 o'clock, she'll be joining us live in the virtual Books and Bounty She Suite, where we'll talk about her path to becoming a published poet, as well as how does she juggle it all with being a mom, her goals for this year, and hopefully read some selections from one of her 2 collections. And then right after we talk with Elizabeth, we'll be talking with Gab Sussman, who is a co-founder and worker partner for Be More Transform, also known as Baltimore Transformative Learners Collective, who's a team of abolitionist educators who are looking to transform Baltimore educational systems through offering innovative programming, consultation services, and more. You can follow them at Be More Transform. Gab herself is on a mission as a community and youth advocate. And so we'll be talking to her about her path to founding Be More Transform, some of the programming and upcoming events they have. I actually found out about them through 2 ways. One first, and I didn't realize that they were the ones hosting this, but was the graphic novel club through Dreamers and Make-Believers. It's actually a graphic novel club for independent young readers. So it's independent readers through grade 4. And that's hosted at Dreamers and Make-Believers in the Highlandtown neighborhood here in Baltimore, Maryland. But then when I was looking for speakers for the panel on writers groups and book clubs here in Baltimore, although Brandon Butts, who is one of the co-hosts of But Make It Books podcast, is also the manager at Charm City Books, although he wasn't able to make it, he then recommended I reach out to Gab. So I'm like, oh yeah, that connection made, done. And I'm so glad that Gab has agreed to be a part of Books and Bounty Live tonight so we can talk more about all the work she's doing here for not only students in Baltimore City, but also queer folk and educators. Okay, so until then, I'm going to do a little reading because of that final push and all the other things and just trying to get my head right around it. I have not done much reading in the last few days at all. And even the fella last night when I was just stressing out, like, what am I going to do? What decision am I going to make? Like, I'm so excited about the programming and what all the speakers and events, and we have folks coming in from out of town. I don't want this to be a waste for them, and just all the things, right? Almost having a panic attack. He said, you need to read. He said, you haven't read in a few days. You need to just chill out over in your corner and go read. And I have not been able to. Go ahead, go get the book. Where's the book? Here's the book. He just handed me a book. You need to go read. Calm down. And so we'll be back into the reading goals this week. I say I have catch up to do. I know I'm not going to have to be able to catch up. I'm going to have to rework the reading schedule over the next couple of weeks. But I do know I'm going to be finishing this, which was a January selection. We're in February. This was the last January book club read. This is from the Shades Book Club, and I'm really enjoying this. This is The House of Eve by Sadika Johnson. Although it touches on some heavy topics and themes, it has been a fairly easy and enjoyable read. I actually there's some places where I wish we would get a little bit deeper than the surface, but that there's such a cool way she has made the two lives of these young women parallel on similar but different tracks. I'm really curious to see how their stories are going to collide, and to find a little bit of my own personal journeys in each of their stories has really allowed me to connect with the two characters here. As well as I really enjoy the way Sadika uses the narrator and her prose to set the mood. There's a scene where one of the girls is going out in DC, and this is in the 50s, and she's going out with her college friends, and they're about to be out on the town, and she's on a date, I think. And I just remember having a similar feeling and date experience coming up from UVA, going to DC, going out. This is the U Street quarter. These are both Howard U students back in the 1950s. And that whole nostalgia she created around that moment was perfect. So I'm going to start back where I was on this one. And we have some upcoming February TBRs based on book clubs and other challenges that we're in. This Friday, I'll probably do a little check-in on my book reading challenges to see where we are, and maybe do a little bit more due diligence and intentional planning around those challenges. But helping me with those challenges have been all these book clubs that I've been joining, and I've been glad to have been accepted into the Well-Read Black Girls Close Reads Book Club. Their debut meeting is this February, and we will be reading Gloria Deem's new book, Gather Me, a memoir in praise of the books that saved me. Gloria is actually the founder of Well-Read Book Club, founder of Well-Read Black Girl. Ooh, that Baltimore accent, well-read. Slow down on that one. But this is Gather Me. And I actually had a great experience meeting Gloria at the Baltimore Book Festival last year, where we exchanged information. Next year, I can't wait to be a part of, or go to, or visit, participate in as attendee or something to the Well-Read Black Girl Conference. But this will be the first selection for her new book club called Close Read or Close Read. And so I'm excited to get into this. I think we'll also be pulling some other things that I've had on my TBR stuff, like James is in the list, the lineup of that selection. So we'll talk a little bit more later this week about the book clubs and challenges, and what the reading schedule is going to look like over the next couple of days. I'm still looking for my next author to participate in a weekend readathon where I read and give live review while you comment in the chat. There's a whole feedback loop going on. Other folks are commenting. I probably will do this with I'm thinking about definitely do one of the streams with a writing and reading streamer from the Same Page Discord server, which is a Discord server and community to support writing and reading streamers and those that read and watch them. They have a February event where writers and poets are submitting poetry to be read live. And I'm not going to do one tonight because I want to make sure the folk is, the poet is scheduled and ready to go. But let me check in. Okay, here are the prompts. Someone has submitted a poem. This is Lottie. Yesterday was day 1. Every weekday is a day for a prompt, essentially. Okay, so it seems like folks are posting. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to schedule some of these probably to be read Friday, definitely next Tuesday, probably next Tuesday for turning the page. All right, let's see who's in the chat. I always get, so yes, I did get my copy of, where is it? Da-da-da-da-da. I had it, I just had it. Matt's new book, Altered Reflections, book 2 in a series. But yes, I did get it before you, like the last one, so that's pretty cool. Getting the book before the author does. So we have about a little bit over an hour before the next Books and Bounty guest gets here. Let's see who's joined us. We have an ad starting. Remember to get rid of those pesky ads. Make sure you subscribe to Books and Bounty. You also get to use some fun new emotes. Matt, you have some new emotes that you should have access to as a subscriber to Books and Bounty. The Real Drea's joined on Instagram. Thanks for being here. Make sure to share the live. So we'll get started. Books and Bounty, we do, let's say, what is this? What time is it? 20. Probably do 3 sprints of 20. There's Hype. So you should have access to some of these others. Let me see. Do I not have access to my own? They're supposed to be animated emotes too, but I think are they still getting up? They might still be getting approved. Yeah, see? New emotes. We'll be creating some more as we go along. So we'll do 20 minutes. What you see on your screen is a timer for reading. Don't want all this to be in the way. I'm gonna back up when I read anyway. When the timer is engaged, I'll be focused on reading as much as I can, because sometimes the chat is distracting. And then what we'll do, we'll check in here a little bit, catch up on what I read. I'll put some notes in my reading journal, and then we'll get started on the next sprint. I found all these flags today. pull up the cover. It's gotten lost among my sources here. There you are. Oh yeah, so I think the animated emotes are level 2. I have the Mage Smith, Steph swirling, casting a spell. Little sis Brandy, how are you? Hi, how you doing? What you up to tonight? I'm about just to start a reading sprint. I am reading behind on my reading goals, but hey, it's what it is. I am reading The House of Eve, Sadiqa Johnson, which was recommended by the Shades Book Club. Right ahead of our next special guest today on Books and Bounty Live, upcoming at 10, we will have, poet Elizabeth Michaud. You can find her at Elizabeth Poet. Yeah, no, it's Eliz Mish. So we have Elizabeth Michaud. And then after that, at 10:30, so that's at 10 Eastern Time, Elizabeth Michaud will be here to talk about her 2 poetry collections, her goals for the year, as well as read some selections from her work. And then at 10:30, we'll have Gab Sussman from Be More Transform. Be More Transform, also known as Baltimore Transformative Learners Collective, is a group of abolitionist educators looking to transform Baltimore city educational systems to make it more equitable and diverse and inclusive. Gab Sussman is one of the co-founders as well as a worker partner there at Be More Transform. So we'll be talking about her, some of the programming they offer, such as their 21 plus Liberation Libation series and their graphic novel clubs for young readers. So tune in, stick around for our normally schedule our streams for 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time every Tuesday night. But today we've been highlighting our ink and inspiration vendors and speakers. And so thank you for the follow. And Lil Sis Brandy for that follow and being an early supporter here at Books and Bounty. For the first 6 months, any followers here at Books and Bounty are automatically entered to win any bookish giveaways. Our first giveaway winner, D-Drizzle18, shout out to that early supporter, was able to win the Complete Legacy of Orisha series by Tomi Adeyemi. Our second winner, which is actually a reading streamer here on Twitch, Michaud, his name was pulled out of the Beyonce boot, and he was able to pick for a selection from our graphic novels spotlight from 2024. So thank you for the support. Feel free please share the live, let your friends know, and enjoy the show tonight. Been reading Just for the Summer by Abby Jimenez, like 77% into it. Okay, almost done. So this is part of a series. Romance book. Because I've heard of Abby, but I'm not the biggest romance reader, but I definitely have seen her books and her works around. I feel like yeah, definitely. Good Morning America Book Club. Oh wow, you must really been enjoying it. You're getting through it. I would say I'm a slow reader. It just depends on what I'm reading for. Like if I'm reading truly just for myself, like I don't plan on necessarily always doing a review live or a written review, then I usually just read it. I may write in my journal about it a little bit. But if I plan to like engage with you guys about it, write a formal review, then it's a little slower read. I'm doing a little bit more writing in my reading. These are actually, I don't even have tabs for all of them, but I ran out of the tabs. But I just found some today. I was cleaning out my desk and I found some page flags. These are actually all the books, not all the books, but many of the books that I've read since I started Books and Bounty online last fall. You lost 22 pounds? That's what I'm talking about. I like a little bit of good news on a Tuesday. Congratulations. Keep up the work. Hey, hey, hey. Speaking of which, Matt, if you're in the chat, how's your fitness journey going? At Lions Pride Media, Matthew Rhodes, author, screenwriter, and day one supporter of here of Books and Bounty, is challenging himself and his viewers to engage with him as he dances his way to fitness. And you can challenge him to reach his goals on his live stream. So shout out to Matt and shout out to you, little sis Brandy, for keeping up, going towards your goals, living well, you know. It's sweatpants season, and I have found myself getting a little flabby around the waist. But summer bodies are made in winter, they say. All right, so we'll start in this first sprint. We have another hour before our next Books and Bounty guest. I'll change this to, we'll do 2 20-minute sprints. I'll take another little quick break before our next guest comes on at 10. A couple time to write my journal. We're about to get started now, so when you see the clock engage, feel free to join us. Whether you're working, studying, reading, writing, it'll be 20 minutes straight doing that. Then we'll take a maybe 2 or 3 minute breather, check in, or you can keep it going. It's up to you. And then we'll see how much time left before the next guest makes it into the virtual She Suite. Hoodies that zip up are a blessing when it comes to that. Like the layering, being able to easily take it on and off if you want something snuggly. But then if you get overheated, you can easily take it off. Yeah, there are so many cute sweatshirts. There's a lot of bookish businesses that do wonderfully cute sweatshirts, like the Social Book Club. I follow them on TikTok. Shout out to Lisa. She makes really cute bookish hoodies. All right, y'all, let's get started with this sprint, and then I'll be back engaged in the chat and with you all in about 20 minutes. What the book influencers do on social media? Here's my book. Here's my bookmark. I didn't do it on purpose, but they actually are so cute together. All right, so 20 minutes. Let's go. Reading Sadika Johnson's The House of Eve. This was published in 2023. I have the paperback copy, which was released in 2024. And this is published by Simon & Schuster Paperbacks. my journal. Oh, yeah. To catch up with my notes. Affluent black family in DC, and a mother speaking to her son about an acquaintance that just stepped up to the table. He says, "William, darling, you remember Judge Mosley and his lovely wife? Their daughter he's like in residency. This is how old he is. The son. Their daughter Beatrice was a debutante at the alumni ball you went to in 11th grade. Sure, Mom, I remember. Good to see you again. Always so nice. Hoity-toity-toit. Oh, y'all, wait till the break. Wait, look now. Hold on. You little boy, see, that's why y'all shouldn't be doing grown up things. Cause then you be in a little boy, man. Mm. Oh, my neck. Been on the computer all day. Okay, so ad starts in about 3 minutes as well. So real quick, I am reading Sadiqa Johnson's The House of Eve. You see it on your screen right there. It is a work of historical fiction. It has gotten acclaim and praise. The paperback, it was first released in 2023. I have the paperback in 2024. It is noted here on the front, the Washington Post calls it a triumph of historical fiction. I would say that I am enjoying this book. And the main things that I like about it so far are the way Johnson uses the setting and her descriptions, her prose, to invoke the mood that is happening in whatever scene or whatever the characters are going through. And it really, even there's moments that remind me, like they bring me back to nostalgic moments in my, young womanhood. Even though this book is set in the 50s. I'm from Baltimore, I spent a lot of time in DC and Philly, and this book is set in Philly and in DC. Particularly on Howard's University's campus as well.
And so it's the story of two young women. One, it starts off as a sophomore in high school who is in an academic program where it's competitive to get a scholarship. She is from lower socioeconomic background. She's from the hood. You know, she helping take care of her granny. She can hardly get to the program on time, but she is striving for upward mobility. Our second main character, Eleanor, is in Washington, D.C., attending Howard University. She is a junior. Their lives are running parallel and in tandem. For example, although Eleanor is not from an urban environment, she is also more rural and again lower socioeconomic background. They meet men, boys, love interest that could either be the safe space that you wish a love would be, or could spell impending doom. And I don't know how to say it more lightly, because Ruby's love interest happens, again, this is 1950s, happens to be a young Jewish white boy. She ends up pregnant. Where I'm at in the point in the book is that her Aunt Marie, who is such a wonderful, loving figure to Ruby, whose mother is trash, who does not have many safe spaces in the world. An ad is starting soon. Remember to get rid of those ads. Make sure you follow and subscribe. And then there's Eleanor, who falls in love with a medical student, winds up getting pregnant. They get married. She has a miscarriage. They still get married. But she's dealing with, again, coming from this rural sort of country background, basically the Prince Charming, Negro Prince Charming of Washington, D.C. at the time, cream of the crop, you know, upper class black family in Washington, D.C., completely out of her world and environment. So she's navigating that life and that exchange and that new circumstances. At some point, I think in this story, their pathways will collide. So I'm interested to see how that happens. But I'm really enjoying the sort of dynamic between how what's happening in their lives are parallel, but different in the same. And it's really getting to explore not just the sort of Black experience, but also ideas around love, around crossing, definitely around crossing class barriers and boundaries. So I'm enjoying it. It's a really good read. So far, highly recommend. There are parts where I wish she would I would say this. It's historical fiction, but it's an easy, I'll put that in quotes, easy read. I've been able to get through it quickly. But then when I go back, I find like there's certain things that I can dig deeper. At first, there's certain parts where I'm like, oh, this is a little bit on the surface. I wish Sadiqa took a deeper dive here with some of these themes. But we're getting into that, and I'm about halfway through now, so I'm not going to make any additional judgments until we get to the end. And let's see, what time is it? It is 9:17. The fella just got in from work, so I'm gonna go say hi real quick. We'll take a quick break, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. We'll do one more reading sprint, and then we'll get prepared for our next special guest here on Books and Bounty, poet Elizabeth Michaud.
All right, everybody, I'm back. Fella just got home from work, so I had to go say hello. Oh no, and the ads start soon. Get rid of those pesky ads. Make sure you follow, like, and subscribe to Twitch. If you are now listening in on YouTube or other platforms, this is your friendly reminder that Books and Bounty streams primarily to Twitch. And so make sure you like and follow to ensure you are getting all live stream access here to Books and Bounty. Let's see, what time is it? We have about enough time to maybe do one more sprint. I actually think I'm going to use this sprint to get caught up on my notes and my reading journal here. See if we can make some space. So I left off my notes at chapter 13. I'm now on chapter 17. So let's go back. Just before I left off, I talked about where we were in the book. Both young women are pregnant. One still seems to be desperately trying to find their way to abort the child, with an understanding that her perspective is from a mother that her mother did not want children and certainly acts like it as a mother. And she is a poor young woman trying to get out the ghetto, doing what she can scholastically to strive and make a way forward. And she's pregnant. She gets herself pregnant. And so, whereas Eleanor in DC, again, still striving for upward mobility and was doing that through, way back then, her mom was a baker, her dad was a factory worker, putting her through college, and can't do that today. And she was able to, she too winded up pregnant, but she ended up marrying her baby daddy, and he happens to be basically the crown prince of Black DC in the 1950s. Ruby's baby daddy is a Jewish landlord's son. And this is set during the 1950s. Ruby's in Philly, and Eleanor's at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Some of the themes and issues that come up with here, of course, we are dealing with a time where still the racial barriers and prejudices are at the forefront, of course, of this story. But more importantly, these young women's journeys through self-agency, bodily agency, striving for upward mobility, and seeing so many similar circumstances between their stories and my own, even today, mixes well with the sort of nostalgic mood that Johnson is really, really able to invoke in her prose. So I'm going to get started on writing some notes. I think we have another ad break coming up. If you have questions about anything you see on your screen, let me know in the chat. And in order to engage in on-screen chats, including with any of the special guests that are upcoming here tonight, such as acclaimed poet Elizabeth Michaud, as well as co-founder of Be More Transformed, Gab Sussman, will all be here tonight starting at 10 o'clock. So stick around, stay tuned. Make sure you follow on Twitch. Not only will that, as part of the early support campaign, get you automatic entry into any of the bookish giveaways here at Books and Bounty, it also enables you to interact with the on-screen chat. All right, we're going to start the next sprint. Reset it at a full 20 minutes. Oh, let's see who joined. Rights Rod. Who else joined? Cozy Girl Book Club. Whitney joined. Oh, and let's see, Michelle Evans, a wordsmithy. Thanks for joining on Instagram. Glad to have you. Again, to interact with the chat, make sure you guys go ahead and watch and follow on TikTok. I mean, not TikTok. Oh, I keep saying that. On Twitch. Make sure, which is our primary streaming channel here at Books and Bounty. Again, follow, subscribe on Twitch, get rid of those pesky ads, enjoy some of the fun new emotes we have for subscribers in the chat, and engage with special guests while you're here. But again, that's exclusively on Twitch. So thanks for joining Instagram. If you're listening on other platforms like YouTube right now, again, as part of our early campaign, we are multi-streaming to many platforms, but our primary streaming platform is Twitch. That's where you can catch full live shows. We will be posting briefly cut highlights on booksandbounty.com, YouTube, and other syndicated networks like bemorenews.com. We have an ad break starting shortly. And again, to get rid of those pesky ads and enjoy an engaging chat room experience, make sure you follow and subscribe on Twitch. All right, we'll begin starting soon with Elizabeth Michaud. She is a poet out of Georgia. She is a national award-winning poet. She has 2 published collections, 5 Dreams, as well as The Garden of Bones. And tonight we'll be talking with her about her journey to becoming a published poet and author, as well as how she juggles the balance between her trying to get the word out there, building an audience, being an indie author as she is, as well as what she has goals for this year. And we'll talk about her upcoming projects, and hopefully we'll get to read a few selections from those as well. And then at 10:30, we'll have Gab Sussman, who is a co-founder and worker partner at Be More Transform. You can follow them at Be More Transform. You can find more about Elizabeth at elizabethmichaud.com. And put that in the chat now. We'll be checking on her shortly. See if she's in the virtual She Suite. Hi, Elizabeth. How are you?
Hey, how you doing? Can you
All
hear
right.
me?
I can hear you. We're going to be
Okay, great.
you're live now. We'll be getting started soon. Hi, I just saw you in the chat. Great to have you. Glad you're joining
Great.
the experience.
Thank
Again,
you.
this is
Thank
a
you for having me.
reminder. If you want to engage with Elizabeth and me on chat today, make sure that you are following on Twitch. And to get rid of any of those pesky ads, enjoy some of the new emotes that we've created for our subscriber. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. All right, Elizabeth, we're going to be taking a quick break. I'm going to make sure everything is set up here. Folks on viewing you right now have
Okay.
on screen your tag as well as your website and the covers of
Yes.
your 2 books. We have a quick ad break that's about to start. I'm going to use this to refill my tea, and then we'll get started, okay?
No problem. I'll be right here.
All right. Hi, Elizabeth. We are back. Glad to have you, and thanks for being a special part of Books and Bounty tonight. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be
Well,
here.
thank you for being here. And for everyone out there has been waiting, today we have been highlighting ink and inspiration vendors as well as special guests and featured artists. I want to give a special thank you to Elizabeth and other Traveling Book Nook displays vendors for their continued support. Unfortunately, we did have to postpone the first event this February 8th, this Saturday, because we want to ensure that we can bring not only our panelists and guests, but especially our bookish businesses and Black and indie authors like you, Elizabeth, an engaging audience of bookish folk to support and amplify your work. So we're going to use this to continue to build momentum, continue to work and build with our sponsors. Shout out to Charm City Books, D Spot Lock, and our partners like J&F Enterprises, the Chill Spot and Notre Maison, and Elevation Global Media Group. We plan to continue to host our spring and summer events. As well as the Traveling Book Nook continues to travel from expo to conference, amplifying Black and Indigenous storytellers. And so your work, Elizabeth, will be
Yes.
featured at the Black Wall Street Expo, which is going to be a grand event actually at the Downtown Multicultural Arts Center here in Baltimore,
Mhm.
Maryland, hosted
Okay.
by bmorenews.com. So again, thank you for your continued support, Elizabeth. And
Mhm.
for everyone out there, Elizabeth Michaud is an national award winning Georgian poet, mother, and educator featured in the Traveling Book Nook, as I just discussed. Her collections, Five Dreams and The Bones in the Garden, are introspective yet thought provoking literature that will take you into the depths of imagination, imagery, and human experience. You see those. So what's on screen right now are your two book covers are underneath you. So
Mhm.
we're going to get started. And the first question I always ask my guests here at Books and Family, Elizabeth, is let's talk about where your passion for storytelling and particularly where your passion for poetry began.
Well, I started writing. I was thinking about that question earlier today,
Mm-hmm.
and I just realized, I've been writing since I was a kid. As I always loved to read. I always loved to
Yes.
read, and so as a kid, I would write my short stories, and in college, I would write.
Mm-hmm.
But once I graduated from college, I was married like within 2 years after graduating or something, and so life got kind of in the way, and I think I lost my passion for a while, and then later, as things wound down in my marriage, uh,
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
rediscovered my joy. And I had a good friend in college that I used to write with, and he was a phenomenal writer in his own right. We
Mm-hmm.
had lost touch, and then after years, we kind of reconnected, and we thought, okay, we're going to write a novel. We can do this. We're great writers, blah, blah, blah. And that novel was a bust because he has his own life and his own
Mm-hmm.
things going on. But he was a really good poet. And when I would read his poetry, I was taken aback. I can remember us being 18 or 19, and he wrote things that sounded like Shakespeare to me. And I remember thinking, oh my God, I'm never gonna be able to write this. And he was really young writing like this.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we reconnected and decided, oh, we're gonna write the story that we attempted, we needed some poetry in it for something.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember writing my first one, and it was okay. And I used his talent as my measuring stick. And even after that kind of kind of went to the wayside, I kind of switched to poetry because I used to also write short stories.
Mm-hmm.
But I realized
Which is difficult.
A is difficult, and
Mm-hmm.
B, although I could write a good short story whenever I wanted to, I'm not patient and I'm lazy.
Mm-hmm.
And those two are not a good combination if you want to be a novelist. And what I started discovering, because these two things kind of merged at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
I realized, okay, I don't feel like writing a long story. I think low key, I might have been developing ADHD or something. But I'd write these poems and I was like, wait, I can tell a story in the form of a poem. I can
Yes.
do that. I can
Yes.
narrate a poem. It's faster, and it's actually more challenging because it's got to be real succinct because it is such a short form.
Every word, every form of that word, and how it's
Yep,
structured on the page counts.
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And the words you choose are very important.
Yes.
And it kind of speaks to my love of language and words. I'm a French teacher, and I'm a world language teacher. In my undergrad days, I studied 5 foreign languages. So I
Mhm.
love language, and I love
Yeah.
how you can express yourself with language, and I love how
Yes.
things that I've learned studying other languages, I can kind of filter it into my poetry when I need to, because I know this is a pattern that works in German, or this is a pattern that works in French, blah blah
That's
blah.
pretty. That is cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I love that. So when I finally started hitting on poetry and realizing, oh, I can actually just tell a complete story. Kind of
Hmm.
beginning, there's like a little plot there and everything, and I could do it fast, which
Yes.
satisfies my impatient nature.
Hmm.
It was all she wrote. It was all she
Hmm.
wrote, you know. So
So you say you do it fast, but I know that in order to make your way to what is now the published collections that you guys all see in front of you on your screen, it's not. Don't make it sound as easy as it seems. As you're making it, I think, sound a
yeah.
little easier than what it actually
Mhm.
is when it comes to that process. So talk a little bit about how you come to be not only a published poet, but then taking that a step further and publishing your first collection, Five Dreams.
Okay. Well, so I started writing. I would
Mhm.
say when I started writing poetry, one thing I love to do, even when I wrote short stories, I love to write with prompts.
Mm.
So if I could find a good prompt, it really just depends on how many good prompts I can find. If I can find a good one and latch onto a really good idea, I can generally write it fast.
Mhm.
So for my first collection of poetry, and actually I should tell a story. I, I have those 2 poetry books, which
Mhm.
I'm working on. But like in 2012, I published a book of short stories, and I was, at the time I was real excited. I wrote this book, blah, blah, but I took all kind of shortcuts because money was tight, and I was like, I can do this, I can do this, I can edit it, I can make the cover, I can do this,
Mhm.
and it was a disaster, which was a
Mm.
shame because I love the stories in this book.
Yes.
But every time I printed up a new version, there were still mistakes in there that I found, or it was a disaster. So that was a learning experience. So
Mhm.
10 years went by. So in the meantime, once I kind of settled on, I'm just going to put this book aside. I started working on my poetry. So it was a long process. I mean, I would write the poems fast, but for like the first book, which was Five Dreams,
Mhm.
there's about 50 or 60 poems in there that I chose out of 80. So I
Mhm.
wrote those over a course of 10 or 12 years,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I'd have periods of times where I was
Mhm.
prolific. I'd just write, write, write. And
Mhm.
then months would go by. I wouldn't even think about it. Stuff would be going on in my life. My kids are doing this, or what have you. And finally, my marriage just did not work out. So once it ended, I was like, you know what? This has been my dream for a long time,
Mhm.
and I don't have to deal with that other mess. I don't have to put out any more fires. I'm
Mhm.
moving forward with this. And
Mhm.
so, particularly for Five Dreams, I was on a tear. I was like, life is too short. Let me get this done, And I already had the work, I already had the poems there. I had the idea there, the layout there, because it was an idea that I toyed with on and off for about a year. I had it organized
Mhm.
and all this other stuff. And then finally, once um, that other chapter of my life was over and done with, I was like, all right, let me see if I can move forward. Let me see if I can really make this happen for myself. And
Mhm.
then it was just a process of, you know, finding someone to do the work, because I learned from my first book. I was like, all right, we're free now. We have a little bit of money. We are going to do this right. So I made sure to find a service that would help me edit my work,
Mhm.
publish it. What was I gonna say? Design it.
Yeah.
The covers.
Are
The
amazing.
service had an in-house graphic artist,
Oh,
and so that was part of the cost that I paid for. So
yes.
somebody designed it for me. Yeah.
Yeah, the covers for Five Dreams is amazing, and folks know me here. Steph at Books and Bounty is a magpie for interesting and beautiful covers, also
Mm-hmm.
ones that are a bit surreal. The Bones in the Garden cover actually reminds me of another cover that I really was attracted to, and it's actually a really good anthology of short stories, and it's called Never Whistle at Night. It's an
Mm-hmm.
anthology of indigenous short stories,
Right.
and it's a beautiful cover. But these are just so unique. Tell us more about Five Dreams and what we can find, what sort of worlds we're transformed through, and how that story is structured and told. Because those poems are set up in a pretty unique way.
Yes. So as I was starting to toy with the idea of, okay, I really think I want to publish this book,
Mm-hmm.
actually, one of my daughters helped me. We kind of organized it, and I realized we were just kind of sorting them through,
Mm-hmm.
and I realized I was like, oh, I have a certain type of thing I like to write about. So like there was one set where I was like, I realized I have a lot of love poems, and then
Mm-hmm.
I had a lot of poems that I wrote initially. Some of them was inadvertent, some of it was deliberate, but I realized I had a lot of series of poems that had partners, that it turned out that it was the same poem but I wrote it from two different perspectives. So
Ah, that's
and I didn't
interesting.
realize how many of those I had.
Wow.
But so that turned out to be a chapter. I had a shorter chapter of poems that dealt with grief,
Mm-hmm.
loss. It's something that we all can relate to, and most of them are just kind of philosophical. There's one in there that is actually very personal for one of my aunts who passed away, but
Mm-hmm.
the rest of them are kind of philosophical.
Mm-hmm.
Um, then there's one chapter where I thought the poems were good, but they didn't have a unifying theme. The
Ah.
only thing that unified them was the fact that they were ununified. So that chapter is like my hodgepodge chapter, right? I just threw everything in there. And then my last chapter are my poems that have a dark bent to them or kind of horror.
Ah,
When I started
these are work in
writing,
progress in the cover. Mm-hmm.
when I started writing, I wanted to be like the next black female version of Stephen King because I love Stephen King.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that last chapter, they deal with ghosts and goblins and all that kind of stuff, and it progresses in that last chapter from fantastical creatures of horror
Mm.
to more people are the scary,
Mm. And how that
um,
manifests. Yes.
yeah, but that's how it came to be because we just started playing with it, and when I organized, I was like, oh look, there's actually pattern here. So then we were just screwing around, and I was
Mm-hmm.
like, well, what would we name it? I was like, oh, Sarah, well, there are five different themes here, five different themes, and then it just hit me. I was like, oh, five dreams.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just put it that way. One dream will be I dream of love, or I dream of you. The next one was I dream of twins. That's my chapter where the poems are done in two different perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I dream of sadness or I dream of sorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I have strange and unusual dreams. Is my hodgepodge night chapter, and then the last chapter is nightmares. So
Ah,
it worked out really well.
that's really cool.
Yeah.
To work through that process. And then your latest publication, The Bones in the Garden, take a more again, you're still just as lyrical. You're still telling a story and making those connections. But I think it's more astute commentary on the here
Mhm.
and now. So tell us a little bit more about The Bones in the Garden.
All right. Well, the Bones in the Garden was fascinating in that as the first book was being published, I was writing like one or two poems a day because I was using these prompts, and the prompts that summer were fantastic. So I was able to just like, oh, I got an idea. Oh, I got an idea. And in that, some of the prompts, um, I felt like they spoke to a certain demographic, and I feel like I'm in the minority in this
Mm-hmm.
place where I get these prompts from.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so as a result, I was like, you know what? No, 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 no. I'm going to take a spin and we're going to do it this way. And which is why in that particular book, the first 10 or 11 poems are all centered and grounded in Black history in
Ah,
our story.
mm,
Because the place where I get these prompts from, they're they're not like that.
mm, mm-hmm.
They're very sanitized, I should say. You know,
Well, I
and
mean,
so and I wanted something kind of gritty and
yes.
something kind of in your face.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how those came to be. So that summer, while my service, the service is called Telltale Poetry, but while Telltale was working on putting Five Dreams together, I was just writing. It was a really prolific summer. I was able to just especially the ones that are centered in Black history. I'm really proud of those. I love Black history. If I could go back to school, I would love
Mm.
to. go back and study African American, like get a degree in African American history,
Mhm.
you know.
Mhm.
So that's where those come from. And then of course, you know, and I think this is a testament to my sign. I'm a Gemini. We have two sides.
Mhm.
I love my Black history, but I also love my love and romance poems. you know, and it's two different moods, I guess. But
Mhm.
and I have a muse in my mind that
The
I
bones
usually
in the
refer to.
garden. Mhm.
So but I like writing about love too, but I really want it to be really beautiful, you know, and I always want to try as much as possible
Mhm.
to elevate the level of vocab that I use when I'm writing these poems. I just I feel like that's what will give it longevity and greater resonance.
Mm.
So I
So
see. Mhm.
no, keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just see a lot of poems where the language is so everyday and so common.
Mhm.
It doesn't. I want to leave people with that sense of, oh, wow,
I call it the wanderlust of the world of words. And you sort of described
absolutely.
it earlier when you're talking about how you've engaged multiple languages
Hmm.
and the fascination around how different cultures manipulate and use,
Right.
language and the power in it. And that is supposedly one of the main things that separates us between humans and the rest of the animal kingdom here on Earth.
Absolutely.
And when you find folks who are masters of their craft and can invoke those experiences, it really, really is a treat. And so we are about to engage in the second half of our interview, Michele. And so during this time, I want to get a little bit more about. Let's take a deeper dive into some of the collections. But before we get into any reading selections, when we
Hmm.
had our first conversation, and you mentioned it earlier, how much your daughter is involved in not only the actual your craft and everyday writing and revision experience, but also in some of the sort of strategizing around the business of it all. And I think she was one of the driving forces to get you engaged with Books and Bounty. So when it comes to your goals, not just your writing goals this year, but also
Hmm.
the business of writing, and the goals and your plans and what you aim to do in 2025. What's some things that you would like to accomplish this year?
I would like to really just at the end of the day, I really like to sell more books because
Mhm.
I would like for it to be a steady source of a second,
Mhm.
a stream of income, a second stream of income is what I want to say. Um,
Mhm.
so I can better help my kids with whatever little issues they have going on. I have two daughters and a son. One of my daughters is living in Europe right now, and she's living her best life. But she got a little part time job, and sometimes she needs a little extra money. And I would like to just be able to give her some money when she needs it, without it being an issue. And
Yes.
I have my other two kids
Yes.
here. So, some
Yes.
they're in their
Mhm.
20s. They're all in
Mhm.
their 20s.
Mhm.
My
Mhm.
youngest is going to be 22 next week. My oldest turned 21 last week.
Mhm.
And so they're at that age where they still need a little financial assistance. They're all getting their foot out the door,
Mhm.
but sometimes they need something, and I would like to be able to be there to give them whatever boost or whatever
Of
they
course.
need.
Yeah.
My family, my father was a doctor,
Mhm.
and even though he passed away when I was 18, he had done very well for himself and had left my mom a whole bunch of money for her to help raise me and my brother.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so we never really wanted or lacked for anything, and
Mhm.
I want to replicate that so badly for my children. So that's probably my number one goal you
We talk
know
about that often. It comes up in conversations here at Books and Bounty, and of course among
Mhm.
my colleagues in about setting up that generational wealth and
Yep.
financial stability for our children. And it comes up among even a lot of the authors and writers you see on Books and Bounty. And and you'll find this common, I think, among especially Black creatives, that they are in a space, in the education space. They are in also probably a community advocate or even activism space. And I think it's the realization that this
Mhm.
is it is not only a duty to tell and retell and reimagine our stories and others in our fashion, but also to set it up in a way as a form of, you know, of continuing that to build that stability in our community.
Right,
So,
legacy building.
yep,
That's what I really
exactly,
want for them. So if I
exactly.
could really, if I could just hit it out of the park so that they have stability later on, I
Hmm.
will be over the moon, you know?
Hmm. And so I
Yeah.
think one of the things that we also talk about as being like indie authors and creators here at Books and Bounty is about continuing to build partnership and build up your community and audience here. And so I'm just honored to have your work and to have discovered your work and to reach out to Books and Bounty to be a part of, you know, amplifying your work and getting you closer to your goals this year.
Thank you. I
Um,
appreciate it.
and as part of that, and to give folks a little taste of what I have read a little bit of it, as well as to give a little bit more. We're now going to take some time to
Mhm.
read, if you like, to read some
Absolutely.
selections from your work, and I'll let you take the floor and take it away, everyone. This is
All
Elizabeth
right.
Michaud, and you can find out more and follow her on all social media platforms. Her information is on screen and in the chat. Take it away, Elizabeth.
All right. So the first one I'm going to read is from Five Dreams, and I'm actually going to read one of my poems that's actually pretty popular, and it's called Old Tree. And I wrote this poem. This poem actually was based on a prompt, and I tell this story all the time. But I wanted to write one day. I was kind of restless. I was like, I want something to write. So let me see if I can find a good prompt. And so I went to the site that I use, and the prompt was write a poem about a tree.
Mm,
And I was like, what? Write a poem about a tree? What are they kidding me? And I was like, no, I'm not doing this. This is lame. And so I was like, I thought I was done with it, right?
mm-hmm,
But
mm-hmm,
where I live, I want to say Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s father was
hmm.
born here.
Wow.
Okay. There's like a
Mm-hmm,
street by
mm-hmm.
him, close to me.
Okay.
And I take the street all the time for stuff, but it veers off. There's a neighborhood, I should say.
Mm-hmm,
And normally I never go into the neighborhood, but just one day I was like, let me just go see what's going on in this neighborhood. So the minute I turn the corner, it's like you've gone back in time to like 1965 Georgia. I mean,
wow.
it's just, and I remember thinking, are we still waiting for Dr. Martin Luther King to overcome? I mean, what is going on? So while I'm driving, I see this old church, and
Mm-hmm,
I saw, and in front of the church was this huge, beautiful, I guess it was an oak tree. I don't know, but it was very old, very mature. The branches were full,
mm-hmm.
and I love trees. So I was like, dang, that's a beautiful tree. And in the same breath, it just hit me like a brick. They hung a black man from that tree. I knew, I just felt it in my bones. Like I can't
Lord.
sit here and say for
Do we
sure.
all have that going down south? We see a tree with a certain angle to it, and you say, "Oh, that's
Right.
the
And
black
I
and
was
hanging
just
tree."
like,
Mm,
so I had that thought.
mm,
And
mm,
then that prompt came back to me, write a poem about a tree. And I was
mm.
like, oh, okay, I know exactly what I'm gonna write on. I will do this. So this is called Old Tree.
Okay.
Old tree, dark tree, sinister tree. I know about you and them secrets you like to keep behind leaves so green and flowers so fresh. But that ain't nothing but lies and falsehoods. Because when that spring goes by and that winter come, I see you for what you are, for what you done. That's right, old tree, with your branches bare, with your trunk scarred. You can't hide behind your leaves. You can't hide behind no spring renewal. Because I know about you, old tree,
Mm,
what you done, what you hung. From branches so strong, they held the weight of a man, an innocent man, a black man. Oh, yeah, I remember, old tree, how you used to give us shade, used to keep us from the sun when we made love. And you pretended you was our friend, our tree, but you was his tree, that white man's tree. And when that white man come with that rope so thick, that rope
mm,
so strong, you gave him a branch, you gave him an arm, and you let that white man steal my life, steal a life, old tree. You let him take my love. Poem. Okay.
thank
So that's
you.
that. Yeah. And once I started writing it, it's just I just knew where it had to go. So I wrote that one. It must
Mm-hmm.
be, I want to say maybe 15 years ago now. I wrote this
Oh,
poem.
wow.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But then this next poem I'm going to read, It must have been about 7 or 8 years later.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking for something to write, and the prompt that day said, "Go back to your portfolio, find a poem, find something out of your portfolio,
Mm-hmm.
and write it from a different perspective." And I thought, "Oh, that's interesting. That's a really good idea."
Mm-hmm.
And so, as I was going through, I stumbled upon Old Tree, and I was like, "Oh, wait a minute." Because I actually like trees. And I always felt kind of bad that the tree had done this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, okay, I'm going to rewrite this poem from the perspective of the tree. Okay. And so this poem is called Old Tree Begs Forgiveness.
Hmm.
Girl, I beg you, listen. Autumn strips me of my leaves so that winter can bear me naked to the world. My scars exposed, my balls twisted and gnarled, my trunk haggard and wretched and ugly. My sin is brought to witness. I carried the weight of a man, an innocent man, a black man. Girl, hear me, please. This cold, harsh season reveals my guilt and shame. The memory of his weight makes my branches sag, my skeleton weak, and I tremble when the wind blows. I don't want to stand tall. I wish for time to abuse me and for nature to waste me by flood or fire or both, but God won't appease me, so here I am. Girl, I beseech you, please, hear me while I make amends. That springtime sun will chase the ice away. Don't be fooled by new leaves. They won't hide no secrets. For this dead man's grave, my leaves will green and my flowers bloom, so we can remember a black soul that died in my unbidden arms by a white man with a rope so thick, a rope so strong, who stole a life, sweet girl, and took your love. Poem.
So that's part of that dichotomy between the two perspectives, and I
Yeah.
see the connecting
hmm
those
So
dots.
yes, I just always felt bad about the tree, so I was like, all right, this is gonna be my way to make it up to tree. So, you
Is
know,
that it's not the tree's fault, huh?
yeah,
It's what you do with what's happened with the tree, what happened around the tree.
that's right.
Giver and a
Um,
taker.
okay, so any requests? Anything?
I would like to hear one from the nightmare chapter.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
That's one of my favorite chapters. All
I
right,
am a fan of dark fiction,
okay.
speculative science, the occult. So I'm highly interested in hearing one of those.
All right, well, that's cool. All right, so ghosts, you want like fantastical creature?
Let's do fantastical creature.
All right, let's do all right, let's do this one. This one is called Ghost, straightforward.
Okay.
All right, this one says, moan and wail, clank of chain, smell of death, recall pain, haunts this hall, brings on fright, shackled man who lurks this night,
Mm,
smoke and mist, trick of lights, floats on air, a ghastly sight, behind glass, through the door, children hide and look no more. Obscure face, unknown soul, wanders past, wanders slow, sudden chill, horrid gasp. How long shall this terror last? Rambles through, seeks to find passage to another time. Bloodless spirit forced to dwell here on earth, a ghostly shell. Shimmers dark, shimmers light, brings on fear, shrieks at night. Children flee, run and hide, lest your wish too is to die. Beast and fiend, man no more, soul is gone, love abhors, anger stirs, hope is lost. Demon creature will accost. Children, please heed this cry, for this is no lullaby. Rage abounds, fury too. Care that he comes not for you. Moan and wail, clank and chain. I'm sorry, moan and wail, clank of chain. Near the end of terror's reign. Takes a soul, guards it well, floats them both on down to hell.
oh wow. And make pentameter. Yes, 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 yes. I like the
Yeah,
lines. I love that. That was a good one. I like that one.
thank you. Yeah, that was a good one. I got this thing
Do
in
you
my
know what
head.
it
Mhm.
reminded me of? It reminded me of like, like teenage girls in the mirror chanting, trying to bring back like,
Right?
Bloody Mary and
Bloody
something
Mary,
like
yep.
that. Yeah. That's what it made me think
Absolutely.
about. So, in these last few minutes while I have you,
Mhm.
Elizabeth, before we invite our next guest into the Books and Bounty She Suite, and I hope you do continue to stick around and
Mhm.
participate in the chat. I like to always ask our guests to leave us with a bookish recommendation. This can be
Okay.
a book, a review, excuse me, a book that you've read, an upcoming event. This would be an opportunity to promote any additional engagements that you have. And we have a couple of minutes, so take it away and let us know if there's any bookish folk, organization, events, or reads that we should
Okay.
be tuning
Well,
into.
let's see. For bookish events, I don't know if anybody's in Georgia, but I'll be in Middle Georgia at the Middle Georgia Lit Fest on Saturday, February the 8th.
Okay.
For sure. I'll be there. And then if you're in the Decatur area in Georgia, I will also be at Karis Books and More in Decatur near Agnes Scott.
Okay.
I want to say the 25th
Mm-hmm.
or 26th. All of a sudden I have a brain fart, but I'll be there.
Mm-hmm.
And then in terms of books to recommend, I gotta tell you, my favorite, hands down, black author by book by a black author is Kindred by Octavia Butler. I
Oh,
love that
yes,
book.
we know Octavia here at Books and
I love that.
Bounty.
And do you all know Fledgling by Octavia Butler?
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
That's a good. I don't think
Yep.
that one is as popular or as well known as
My,
like Parable of the Sower
yes,
or all these
yes.
other ones.
Yeah.
But I loved Fledgling. I read Fledgling years ago. Years. I only read it one time, but I read it years ago. But I loved it.
I love her, all of her work. My favorite of her series is the Imago series,
Mhm.
Crazy Alien Craziness. That's my
I haven't
favorite
read
one.
anything with the aliens.
The Broad, so it's Imago, Dawn, it's the Broad, what is it, the Broad? I have to figure out what the series. I'm going to send you a link to the recommendation for the
Okay.
all three titles that are in it. But that's my favorite series by Butler. Um, but yes, Kindred. I actually have there's a graphic novel
Yep, I got it too.
adaptation.
I
I
have it
have
on my
that,
bedside
and
table.
they have Parable of the Talents and Parable of the Sowers about to come out.
Oh, I didn't know they had those in
Yes,
there.
actually, some friends of Hit Books and Bounty, the Pink Riot Comic Show,
Mhm.
recently had an interview last Saturday with the creators of the graphic novel adaptation. So you can
Oh,
go
that's
follow
cool.
them and check that out. Yeah, it's really cool.
Okay. Yeah, that is
Okay.
cool. And she had that other series that I read, The Pattern Master.
Is that this one? This is a series of hers that I have not read, and I saw like, oh, both
I,
books are there. Why not get them?
mhm.
And yes, the Patternist series.
Yeah,
That's that.
I think that's the one that I have because it's about basically like I want to say like an African god, and he's
Mm-hmm.
trying to create a new breed, and he's looking for this one particular woman or something. I read it years ago,
Mm-hmm.
but I think it's that one. I think it's Pattern
Yeah,
Master,
they still
but
have
I
the
enjoyed.
TBR tags in them,
Yeah.
so I haven't gotten to those yet. When I
Mhm.
saw it, I was like, why is this series not familiar to me? And so I picked it up, and I'm definitely going to have to read it when it comes back around to that.
And
Um,
then just
mhm.
because I read a couple things, me and my one of my other daughters loves to read. We read another one called American Dirt, which is a really, really good book. And it's
Okay.
about a family fleeing Mexico. They become illegal immigrants, but they're being
Hmm.
chased by the cartel and all this other stuff. And what she's trying to do to survive, I feel like a lot of people need to read that so they have a sense. People are not just coming here just for the sake of it,
You can say it. People who voted for Trump, go read
Yes.
American Dirt and
Okay.
change your perspective.
I mean, it is such a good.
Yes.
First of all, it's a beautifully written novel.
Yes.
It's so
Mm-hmm.
rich. It's such a rich novel.
I
So
have
we
to
read
check
that
that
one,
out.
and yeah, people. I don't understand like why people don't have any empathy, but anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Mm-hmm.
we also read a real modern one. It just came out, and it was called All Star Chain Gang.
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, me and my daughter, we just read that one as well. That one was pretty good. I would give
Yeah,
it a
that
four out
one
of five
was.
stars.
Yeah, that
I
one
figure
was
they're gonna
come
make a
out.
movie out of that.
Yeah, that one came out pretty much widespread acclaim. But
Yeah.
I haven't picked that one up yet. So tell me, I'll have to perhaps if I come. That's the kind of thing like I've heard about it. Enough people
Mhm.
have recommended to me here at Books and Bounty that if I come across it again, I may have to pick it up.
They're probably going to make a movie out of it. I have no doubt. I'm pretty sure it's going to become a movie. The nature
Mhm.
of that storyline, it
Mhm.
lends itself to be on the big screen.
Mhm.
So I'm sure it's going to be made into a movie. You know.
Well, Elizabeth, thank you so much again for being one of the most special parts of Books and Bounty. It really is my goal to use the bookish community you were building here at Books and Bounty to
Mhm.
amplify Black and Indigenous authors and creatives like yourself, and really empower them to continue to tell their stories by making the connections, as well as helping them out directly through Books and Bounty editorial and production services. So we have a few folks in the chat. I hope you continue to stick around as Gab,
Okay.
I think, is in the building and waiting in the virtual She Suite. And thanks again, Elizabeth. We'll be in
Oh,
touch. And
thank you.
again, you guys can check out Elizabeth locally, her work here in the Baltimore area, as she will be a traveling Book Nook display vendor at the upcoming Black Wall Street Expo, hosted by BeMoreNews.com. The expo will be held on February 25th at the Downtown Multicultural Arts Center here in Baltimore, Maryland. Elizabeth, I'll talk to you soon, and thank you so much
Thank you so
again.
much. Okay, bye.
All right, everyone. Gab from Be More Transform is in the building, and so we're going to be switching over to bring her in shortly. Let me pull up. I'm going to take a couple minutes to move around some things here on the screen. I'll take this moment to remind you, if you are now listening in on Instagram or YouTube or other platforms, thank you for joining us. But make sure that you tune in to Twitch in order to engage in the chat with some of the authors and special guests you see here tonight. Let's see. Gab, I seems like you may be on screen, but I do not see you. Oh, there you go. Hi. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I was just like,
No problem. No problem. So glad to have you here tonight, and welcome to Books and Bounty. You're in the virtual She Suite. And tonight, we've been, as usual, not as usual, but tonight, we have been spotlighting our ink and inspiration vendors and speakers, and that's continue
Mhm.
as we host Gab Sussman here in the Books and Bounty She Suite. Gab is a youth advocate, co founder, and worker partner for Baltimore Transformative Learning Collective, also widely known as Be More Transform, which is cooperative of abolitionist educators deeply committed to decolonizing Baltimore's educational ecosystem. With popular programming like their 21 Plus Liberation Libations event series, a graphic novel club for independent readers at Dreamers and Make Believers here in Baltimore, and more, they also offer consultation services for youth, organizations, and schools. Gab, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
And I just want to take a brief moment to let everyone know again the event for this weekend has been postponed, so that we can continue to build more momentum, and bring you guys back with events, our continued events in the spring and summer, bigger and better with a more engaged audience for our panelists and speakers like Ab, so that they are able to amplify their work, and make connections here in the city and beyond. Gab, as we were talking earlier, I was letting you know about, first of all, y'all, let me back up here for a minute because Gab is a powerhouse. All right. Y'all go to bemoretransform.org, click on the About section, and read about the boots on the ground, grass work grassroots work that Gab is doing in Baltimore City as an educator, as an advocate for our youth, and an advocate for queer folk here in the city. So, Gab, one of my first questions that I'm going to ask you as a
Mhm.
community and youth advocate amplifying the cause in Baltimore, as well as committed to offering not just, the the hard stuff, the nitty gritty, and innovative, transformative services that you offer and programming, but the fun stuff too. Like you just like Libations Liberation is a fun group. It's a fun event. The book clubs that you host. Let's talk a little bit about before that, and when did you understand that you were going to be committed to advocacy, not just in heart and spirit, but in
Mhm.
almost all of the practices that you commit to.
Well, first of all, thank you for like the accolades. I feel like I'm blushing.
Oh,
Um,
it's definitely well deserved.
well, thank you. It's taken a lot of it's taken a lot of time and effort and intentionality to live out my values in every facet of my life, in all of the relationships I nurture, in the community that I am the communities that I'm a part of, but also that I choose to lead, and then how that translates to my work.
Mm-hmm,
So, um, I'm a professionally trained teacher. I went to school for elementary education. Then I became a school building leader and got my master's degree in educational leadership. And so, like, I was prepared to basically see my career out in a school building. And basically, in trying to live out my values and ensure that the the schools and the students and the families that I worked with and the colleagues that I worked alongside and supported felt seen, heard, loved. Uh, it just got not that it got harder. It just got to a point where it was so clear that I became targeted at schools,
mm-hmm,
and it became untenable to be in a traditional school.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
And it was really hard. I thought that I was like never going to teach again, and I felt really lost, and I grieved
mm-hmm,
because this was not I was I was and still am obviously committed to youth and committed to helping and empowering youth
mm-hmm,
to step into the world and be their authentic selves and really make change. And even though schools and their missions and their values and on their websites say all those wordy and uh,
oh yeah,
somewhat aligned mission
mm-hmm,
statements
mm-hmm,
and
mm-hmm,
have people that look like me on the websites, it was so clear that they didn't want me there.
mm-hmm,
And so it took being fired, it took quitting to find I guess a former colleague of mine to
mm-hmm,
lean into just wanting to work with youth. And uh, we knew, in working with youth, we knew that we have the skills, we have ideas that actually excite working with kids and excite kids,
mm-hmm,
and knew that schools needed support in really nuanced but important ways. And so we really just took a leap, and we started out just like day by day, like how do we start our first thing, then how do we start our next thing. And um, we feel really grateful to be in Baltimore City because there is a lot of support for entrepreneurs
Yes.
here in Baltimore. So we leaned on a lot of other organizations to help us get our footing. And the learning curve was so steep because, again, both of us were trained educators and just didn't have a lot of experience with things like marketing and making a website and talking about ourselves as an organization that is not in a school. But yeah, I mean, we'll be celebrating our third year anniversary in April, and so
Congratulations.
yeah, thank you, thank you. It feels like a lifetime, and also not a lifetime. Like time is weird,
I
and
mean,
so
post pandemic time is just like,
oh my god, yeah. And lately, even this week, and catching up and touching base with people, everyone's just like, "What has happened with time?"
it's
And I keep
every
saying that
day.
time's gaslighting us because
Yeah.
it feels like
How
something's
can all of
happening.
this happen in 3 days?
No,
that
literally,
that's how it feels. And
it feels really disorienting, yeah.
you mentioned we, and you talked
Mhm,
about we just took one step, and we did the first thing, and then we moved on to the next, and it sort of snowballed after that. So talk
mhm,
about the we and Be More Transform. Who's your co-founding partner? Tell us a little bit more about your team, and what was that
mhm,
first occasion that really set you on the path towards this mission?
mhm. So my co-founder is someone named Victoria LeBron, and she uses she her pronouns. She's from Queens. We're both from New York, and she is just yeah, like a funny, incredible educator who I met at one of the schools that I taught at in Baltimore City. And she had been teaching there for a couple more years than I. And we started teaching on the same team the year of the pandemic. So 2020 2021 school year. And from there, we just being on the same teaching team with someone, you really get to know them and in a way that is it feels like extremely intimate. As a teacher, you are easily working 60 hours a week.
Mm.
And so
Oof.
and at that time
Yes.
we were co-planning together. And so I just really got into her brain. We really understood each other, how
Mm.
we communicated, how we worked, and how we saw and valued things like learning and advocacy and having a democratic classroom. And it was so clear through working together that our values are just incredibly aligned. And so over that year, um, we just clicked.
Mhm.
And there were a few of us that really just like became really really close because we were teaching together on the same team. It was three of us. And yeah, we just after that year just decided that we would stay in touch. We would like maybe do something, but she pivoted to be a stay-at-home mom.
Mhm.
I went on to a different school, and that school in a couple of months um, really became more and more transphobic and homophobic as I stayed there.
Mhm.
And I that was the school that I had to leave. I Because all this policy was being passed down, and I was
Mm.
expected to not just like carry it out and enforce it, but I was also expected to then say that I stood by this. And
Yeah.
that was really the last straw because,
Yeah.
again, really working to live out my values. And, I was teaching seventh and eighth grade at that time. And I was like, they know that I'm not about this. So I'm not about to like literally lie to their faces and
Mhm.
lie to myself. So
Right.
from there, it was just like, well, I have a lot of time in my hands and I would love to do something. And so she was like, great. let's do it. Let's offer like a summer camp. And we were like, okay. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that was our first step in just like, okay, we have some time and let's do it. And from there, we started out as a partnership. And it wasn't until the following year that we um or sorry, following 2 years after that,
Mm-hmm.
we went to a workshop held by an organization called BREAD, which stands for the
Yeah.
Baltimore Roundtable for Economic Democracy.
Yep.
And they support cooperatives here in Baltimore. And they were running something called the Co-op Jumpstart.
Mm.
And from there, both of us were interested in cooperatives as democratic structures of type of business, and so we went, and just it was again just so clear. We were like, this is our freedom dream. Like, this is how we take what we've been working on
Yes.
and break open the container intentionally, because we're not the only two people out here in Baltimore who
Mm-hmm.
share the same values and who want to do the same work as us. So, like, let's make this container, let's design this next iteration to include others in a democratic way. And that was it. And yeah, so we, with the support of some other organizations, we um, slowly but surely transitioned to a cooperative, and found that process was interesting.
Oh no. Oh, Gab, we lost you. What happened? Oh no. Oh no.
Lose you.
Okay, you're back. I don't know what happened. It went blank really quickly, but you're back.
Oh, cool.
You're back.
Yay.
Sorry about
Like,
that.
am I
But
just
please continue your story before we were rudely interrupted. I was putting all the information in the chat. I don't know what happened there.
No, it's all good. Well, I was just saying that, like, we went through a phase of trying to, once we knew we wanted to, you know, become a cooperative, we were like, okay, so we need to start bringing people in, and so started reaching out to some folks. And it was it was a process again, because not a lot of people are familiar with cooperatives. A lot of people
Yep.
that we
Yep.
were approaching and talking to have full-time jobs and just didn't feel like they could give the cooperative, or fully pivot to something else. And so we but through that process, found two amazing people who, again, values align,
Mm.
educators. And it's just been like a synergistic period of learning two new people's styles of work, styles of communication, and in just like an incredibly intimate way. Because
Mm.
again, it's not just hiring an employee. We all own Be More Transform. Like, it's no longer just Victoria and I, and then we have two other people. It's like all four of us now, which is extremely exciting. This work, as abolitionist educators and as abolitionists, we know that there's the values in community. And as anti-capitalists, we're just like, we're all about sharing and all about
Mm.
leaning into people's strengths and finding ways that all of us can be successful, because ultimately it's about all of us. It's not just about some of us.
Tell the people more about what it means to be an abolitionist educator.
Sure. Hopefully, well, obviously need to plug Dr. Bettina Love, because that is something that I learned from her,
Mm-hmm.
and about what it means to be an abolitionist educator and what abolitionist education is. And um, in my, like, don't have the definition in front of me, I have not memorized it, but to leave you with my um, my own paraphrase definition, it it means that you see the humanity and the dignity in every single individual, um, and such that you and the educator piece, right, is knowing that I am a steward of a group of children's learning, and they themselves
Mm.
have a community around them. And in order for me to fully know and teach and relate to and care for each child, I need to extend the same love and care for all of the people in their life.
Oh.
And so it's about like a big hug around the whole community. And also that means um it means it and like the radical piece of that is because when I say I'm like listening to myself out loud, I'm like, that doesn't feel radical. And yet
Oh,
our white supremacist
yes.
society, right? That is not how our education system is set up.
Not at
And that
all.
is not what's incentivized for teachers. That's not what's incentivized for administrators and at schools. Like they're not measuring how well, you know, the families feel understood. Like that's not a measure that most schools are are collecting or measuring, and
Hmm.
then it's not valued, right? That's not like poured into
Right.
um, what student achievement, right? Or like whatever
Or
it is, whatever we're measuring.
evaluations, any sort of, it's not
Yes.
incorporated into any sort of
Yeah.
assessment of the system itself, right?
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and and so to do that, let's talk about some of the work you're actually doing today. First, let's talk about one of the organizations or schools that you've recently been working with. And then I want to
Mhm.
hear more about some of the engagement and fun programming that you offer through Be More Transforms as well.
Sure. Yes. So one of our biggest partners in Baltimore is a wonderful bookstore named Dreamers and Make Believers. They're located in Highlandtown, and which just happens to be walking distance from my house. It is one of my safe spaces in the city, and it's run by two lovely humans, Sam and Miranda.
Yeah.
And they're both queer. They're both just like incredible humans, and truly have have nurtured a space that a lot of the neighborhood and a lot of Baltimore seeks out and um, uses and refers to when looking for books about any sort of any child that needs any sort of
Mm.
like specific,
Yes.
like if you're just like, I need a book. Like I was there the other week and
To be
someone was like,
seen. In order for the child to be seen, right, and to
yes,
connect with a book,
yes,
you can find
yes,
your yourself in any of the books and recommendation. And Sam and
absolutely.
Miranda know
Yes,
their stuff. Let me tell you,
they
talking
really
about
do.
independent booksellers, I love them so much because they are about the business of reads and recommendations. You come
They
in, you
are.
have a question, like you said, I am an indigenous young person with a disability, and I need to know, like, this is one of my students. I need to know how to reach them. They have a book for you. I actually a couple of my recent recommendations that we featured here on Books and Bounty, a plethora of them are from
Yeah, from them.
recommendations from them.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
tell us some. How have you partnered with them?
Yeah. Well, so because they are the only comic book shop in Baltimore City, they just again are the beacon for folks, and they specialize in graphic novels.
Hmm.
So, um, sequential art, which is the umbrella that includes things like manga, graphic novels, and comic books, um, we know with research are incredibly rich and important types of literature. And yet, because of the education system, because humans are like naturally cling to what they know,
Mhm.
um, they're not as valued as they should be. And in fact, kids are always told, read a real book, or you're not really reading because there aren't any words on the page, or there aren't many words on the page. But again, research shows that it is like this is reading.
Mhm.
And in fact, like because you're using more parts of your brain, it is cognitively more difficult to take in and comprehend a graphic novel
Mhm.
or a comic book than just words on a page.
Mhm.
So they've opened up their shop to us to allow us to use their space to work with youth in the city. And so we host our graphic novel club, which happens the first Saturday of every month. This is the second year it's been happening, and it's been extremely successful, and it's been so fun to get together with other kids who just love reading, and then specifically love
Mhm.
comic books and
Mhm.
love graphic novels, and to just nurture that. There's no other, we're not reading for fluency. There's no other academic or assessment attached. It's just
Mhm.
like, let's nerd out together,
Mhm.
and just keeping that interest and keeping that love, just adding the kindling to the fire, which we know, like when young kids
Yeah,
are
you
excited
get.
about reading, that's incredibly important. Like that
Yes.
does add to student achievement. And again, like to not always say that, but like this is us showing that you can meet kids where they're at, you
Mhm.
can
Mhm.
have fun, they can have fun, and
Mhm.
still walk away with skills that they are proud of.
Yes. One of the things.
And
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, well, I was just going to say also the value of having an something that is outside of school as well as part of
Mhm.
this freedom dream of ours, of where we get to a world where traditional schools probably don't exist. And not to like be ridiculous, but like I don't know what's happening with schools. No one knows what's happening with schools after today. And we can't just throw education out. We need to start building and leaning into the structures that
Mhm.
exist, like things at the library, things at your local bookstore. And so we're really excited to be adding to that menu that families can sign their kids up for, something where they get to meet kids from all across the city, kids outside of their school that they spend so many hours with, find other kids that they can connect with, learn from, learn with. And it's been so sweet to see like really authentic friendships
Mhm.
just like burst and blossom, like literally right in front of my eyes.
Mhm.
We had a group a couple of weeks ago,
Mhm.
and it happened at Red Emma's in their free school classroom.
Yeah. Shout out to Red
And
Emma's. Yes.
yes, shout out to Red Emma's as well, another cooperative, another independent
Mhm.
bookstore. And these two kids, they sat down next to each other, and they had like very similar energy. And at first I was like, oh, that's so cute. They like it's so sweet to see two friends here. To at the end find out that did not know each other. And the kid at home later told his mom that he met his best friend,
Mm.
and
Oh.
his mom emailed that and I was just like, "Oh my
Oh.
god." And like that's just so sweet. I could cry. Like that is
The kind of
I
stuff
think
that keeps you going, huh?
no, literally. And
Yeah.
when you're a kid, a lot of your relationships are based on proximity. You are
Mhm.
friends with the people in your
Mhm.
class, you're friends
Mhm.
with your neighbors. And so just being able to help continue to break that silo for kids
Right.
is feels really rewarding.
One of the things that we wanted to to talk about tonight, considering the climate, considering the current efforts. Like you said, we don't know what tomorrow's educational system is going to look like.
Mhm.
With the dismantling of DEI efforts, I know you need as many as folks committed to this freedom dream of yours as possible. So let folks know, how can Baltimore storytellers and other folks in our bookish community
Mhm.
help you further your mission and your goals at Be More Transform?
Well, I love this question, and I'm like both like, oh my God, people want to help, and also just like, yeah, I like boldly want to expect people that like if we if we are invested in ourselves and each other and this world that we are literally standing on, um, we deserve to live a life where we feel again like seen, loved, we can be authentic, we can live out our values. And that's not a reality for some. And for some that's a privilege to do. And it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of intentionality, and it takes access to resources as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
And
yeah.
so if folks are interested in being part of the work that we're doing, please, like our email is open. Slide into our DMs, show up at a thing we're doing. For example, something we're doing on Friday is an event that we host every month. It's called Liberation Libations, and it's for anyone who serves youth in any capacity. So, whether you're a teacher, coach, doctor, lawyer, you work for a nonprofit that supports, any kind, if you are working with humans like in proximity, you're serving youth.
Mm-hmm.
And so, our goal is to just give people a space again to break out of those silos and to connect with other people who get it, especially the folks who are working 60, 70 hours a week,
Mm.
who feel really burnt out, who feel disconnected and disengaged. But also if you love what you're doing, like this is a great way to just meet other people who are like-minded, who want to see the world change for the better, who believe that our youth deserve other adults and spaces they can trust and be
Yes,
safe with.
yes.
And and then there's also free food and drinks. So you just happen to get
Yep.
fed and yeah, like have a drink or two or four. We're sponsored by some really dope small businesses here in Baltimore who um, understand and understand educators and understand what it's like to serve youth and
Mm-hmm.
understand the importance of that. And so this is their way to show up for youth. And um, we know educators and people in nonprofits that serve youth, like unfortunately the money, it's not something you do to get rich.
Yeah.
Um, in fact, a lot of folks in those roles have other jobs to
Mm-hmm.
help pay bills. And so the piece that we do is just like you take home some bagels, like you have a couple drinks that you don't have to pay for, you meet some really dope people,
Mm-hmm.
and even if you don't do anything else the rest of the month, like you connected with some other people that get you, and then you can show up the next month.
All right, Gab. So I'm going to ask you what we always leave with our special guest here at Books and Bounty, and is your recommendation. Although we've gotten a few today, but I know you
Mhm.
probably have plenty more. So I'll ask you for any bookish recommendations, as in
Mhm.
reads, folk, organization, any other upcoming events. And again,
Mhm.
these can be books, authors, or any other sort of bookish activity that you seem to be
Mm.
getting yourself into.
Oh my gosh. I have like this is I feel like the last part of the podcast where I'm just like, and do this, this, this. Okay, but let me rattle off some things. If you don't have a library card, please get a library card. And if you like audiobooks, please invest in Libro FM because you can then support an independent bookstore rather than Amazon. And then also download Libby if you like ebooks or even if you like audiobooks. Um, Support obviously your local independent bookstore. My good friend and like who has a piece of my heart, her name is Dr. Megan Madison.
Mhm.
She is one of the authors of the First Conversation series, and they have their first book was Our Skin, and they have a variety of board books, which then were translated into many languages, were translated into picture books. And they are literally a first conversation about things like race, gender,
Mm,
disability, grief, relationships. And so if you are, I've also read those books to eighth graders before, and
mm.
I gift them to all of the people in my life who have young children. So if you are not yet on that series, please consider checking them out. They're at the library. They're like in the little free libraries. I'll also support your local little free library. Um, yeah, so that's the third thing I wanted to share. And then when it comes to book clubs, uh I love a book club, and book clubs can feel really unsustainable. They start off
Mm.
quickly and exciting, and sometimes they tend to kind of like die out. And that's okay, right? Like stars shine bright and then they die, and that's cool. And just to like lean into the other types of book clubs. There are a lot of other book clubs that exist. And so sometimes it's not about necessarily starting something, um, looking for book clubs that are outside of your neighborhood. Also, there's interesting data around book clubs and who tends to be in the same book club. It's usually people in the same age demographic, race demographic, and geographic location. So, like, trying to find a book club at a bookstore that's maybe outside of your neighborhood or about a topic that maybe you wouldn't necessarily read. It's just to to stretch you a little bit, especially if you're a reader someone who loves to read. It's just a way to again break out of the silo and make connections with other people who you may not have met before.
I know book clubs has been one of the most bountiful outlets in building up the bookish community here
Yeah.
at
Yes.
Books and Bounty, both locally and virtually.
Hmm.
It's also helped me keep up with my reading goals because, honey,
They
let me
are
tell
really
you,
good accountability for
yes,
sure.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
because you have to, that meeting's approaching and you're like, oh, I gotta get it done,
Yes, yes, but
or
also it's
not,
okay. I
right,
know,
right, hmm
it's okay, or you could like, as long as you're okay with spoilers,
right.
and sometimes I'm like, "You can show up, but, like, just be okay, like, we're gonna talk about it."
And awesome if it's a really good deep read, spoilers won't even matter. You'll go out and read it and get something totally different out of the book, you know?
That's
So,
true, that's
mhm,
true, that's true.
uh,
I'm from the cut of cloth where I'm just like, once you tell me, I'm just like, cool, and also there's sometimes when I'm just like, same with movies. I'm like, this sounds
yeah, definitely
interesting,
with
or like,
movies.
I just know I'm gonna move on to the next one.
Yep.
My DNR or DNF did
Yep.
not finish pile, like, is I've just I've learned to just live with the fact that sometimes I just
hmm
like don't finish a thing, and then
hmm
I'm just like, okay,
Wasn't for me. Got to move on.
yeah,
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 exactly.
yeah,
All right, Gab. So tell us more about how we can find you. I've put some things in the chat, and of course, we'll pull all the tags and websites in the
thank you,
descriptions once the highlights are posted in a couple of weeks. But let us know
amazing.
how folks here at Books and Bounty can follow you and find out more information.
Yes, you can follow Be More Transform. We're on Instagram right now. It's literally at Be More Transform.
Mhm.
Our website is bemoretransform.org. And then you can also email us. It's bemoretransform at gmail.com. And, we'll be making our way to Blue Sky at some point. And, but in the meantime, where our DMs are open, emails are open, always interested in seeing and hearing from folks. And as I said, Liberation Libations happens monthly. So, if you follow us on Instagram, you'll see when and where they are, and would love to see folks.
All right, Gab, thank you so much again for being the most special parts of Books and Bounty and turning the page with us here tonight. I look forward to hopefully seeing you at an upcoming Ink and Inspiration event in the spring and summer. We'll be sure to keep in touch. I'll be seeing you
Yes.
before then at one of the
Yes.
Liberation Libation events. If I'm not able to make it out this Friday, I definitely will be there next month. And
Amazing.
I'll make sure to put it on the calendar. So thanks again, and you have a good
Yes.
night.
Thank you for having me. Good night, everyone.
Good night. All right, everyone. So we just finished up a wonderful conversation with Gab Sussman of Be More Transform. You can find out more information about Be More Transform, their mission, their programming, and their consultation services at bemoretransform.org. Make sure to follow them at Be More Transform on Instagram. If you have questions about any of the bookish guests that you've heard here today, I'll be on live for a few more minutes to engage in the chat and to finish up some things here around the desk. It has been a long day. I thought we may, I don't know, we may do one more reading sprint. We'll see. I'm going to have to check in with the rest of the Books and Bounty team for a moment. Again, if you are watching on Instagram or YouTube, thank you so much for your support. But make sure to tune in on Twitch, where it's going to be soon to be our primary streaming platform here at Books and Bounty. And while I wrap things up here, you can enjoy the cool lo-fi sounds of chill hop music. Chill hop music has a generous licensing program for content creators. You can find out more at chillhopmusic.com and let them know that Books and Bounty sent you.